What is up, my beautiful people? It is Dolly back in the house again tonight. It is good to see you. Tonight, we are discussing Summer Wells. Little girl's been missing for almost 5 years. Crazy. I know. And tonight, we got a very special guest, the one and only Ernie Shell, the Lightning Tiger, is going to be joining us tonight with the breakdown of everything that's been going on. He's been rattling a lot of cages the last few days, and we're going to break it down here tonight. But first, of course, like this video. If you're brand new, sub up, ring the bell for notifications. You're watching Dolly Vision, baby.
Bomb Dolly! I'm Dolly Belly. I'm Dolly, baby. Hey, hey, hey. I'm Dolly, baby. Yeah, the king of this game. Best to ever do it. Put respect on my name. Everybody got a channel. Everybody got a mic, but they ain't got the juice. They built like I'm built. I go live, whole internet shakes. Other creators watching every move that I make. They can copy my style, they can copy my flow, but they'll never beat Dolly, and they already know. I'm a living legend, they should hang me in a Hall of Fame. Greatest true crime voice that they ever heard it all. Best there ever was, best there is today, best there ever will be. What else can I say? Subscribe! Throw your hands in the sky when Dolly goes live. Everybody stop by. Subscribe! Throw your hands in the air. Ain't nobody doing what I'm doing over here. These dudes talk tough, but they're boring as hell. Reading off a script while I'm creating the tale. I'm boots on the ground, they're boots on the couch. I'm out chasing leads while they're running their mouth. I'm the headline, get the fine print. I'm the home run, they're a weak hit. I'm the main event, the opening acts. When the history books drop, they're getting cut from the facts. I got people tuned in from the second I appear, cause they know something wild's about to happen in here. I don't chase attention, attention chases me. That's the difference between a legend and a wannabe. I'm a problem, I'm a beast, I'm a one-man show. Got the whole damn true crime world moving too slow. Every time I hit live, I raise the bar again. Everybody else competing for second place, my friend. King of the late night, king of the live stream. King of making something out of nothing but a dream. I built this from the dirt, now I'm sitting on the throne. And the funny part is I did it on my own. Subscriber, throw your hands in the sky. If you're rocking with Dolly, let me hear that battle cry. Subscriber, let the whole world know the king just walked in and he's stealing the show. They say arrogance is ugly, maybe that's true, but when you're this damn good, what you supposed to do? I'm the greatest to ever do it, everybody can see. And if there was another Dolly, he's the one to pick me. DOLLY, remember the name, live legend forever. Yeah, I'm changing the game. Best there ever was, best there is, best to be. And everybody else is just chasing me.
Welcome back, my beautiful people. It is good to see you again. And of course, tonight, like I said, we're going to be talking about little Summer Wells. 5 years. Been missing since 2021. No answers, no clues. Well, some things have come out on the internet, little things here and there. And there's been a lot of people that have been working this case from the very beginning. And tonight, we have one of those people live with us. And that is the one and only Ernie Shell, a.k.a. the Lightning Tigers, which is going to be joining us right now. What is up, Ernie?
Hey, Dolly. How you doing, man?
I am
Can you hear
doing
me?
pretty. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You're coming in nice. So how's everything going with you, Ernie?
Oh, man. God, this is getting ready to be, we're completing day 4, boots on the ground. And have you seen these interviews that's been coming out? And a lot of people are starting to say, whoa, what's going on with this? This is not what was said in the beginning. This is not what was said. And I know you caught a lot of that. I know you have caught a lot of that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to keep up with as much as I can with all these moving pieces in this case because, it is a lot.
It's probably, you said it the best, Dolly. Everybody is family. Everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you get to these towns like this, it's either everybody knows everybody or they're connected, they're cousins, somebody's their uncle, their brother-in-law. And the Hills, Fred Hill and them down there, they have a ton of family in Kingsport. And it's like they're connected to almost everybody there. And to me, it's just a big spider web of what's going on there, because the last big break we had in the case, of course, was when they searched the property on Van Hill Road, which was connected to Fred Hill's family. Now, the FBI took that lead really seriously because they showed up with TBI, Hawkins County, and the FBI to search that property. And that property, even though Fred Hill acts like he has nothing to do with it, it's his family, So to me, it always put, and not only is it his family, but he lived on Ben Hill Road. So, I mean, you have him where Summer Wells went missing. You have the FBI searching his family's home and properties. And he so distanced himself from everything that's going on. And I just don't buy it. I believe all these people are connected one way, and that's just my belief, Ernie.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree 100% on that. And I don't want everybody to get confused about what we're doing, but we have to take every lead, everything people say, especially when they're connected so deep in this case. Everything they say could be something. It could lead out to something because we don't know what happened. We know who he is. We knew who all the who's are, but we don't know what. And a lot of
Yeah,
the misconstrued things in YouTube and other YouTubers have done is they've always pointed the finger around and around, and it's just been nothing but drama. And it ties up with their fans and their people and the people that are embedded with the Wells and the Hills and all these people that are embedded in each other. But they never ever thought to say, where is she? And
yeah,
it's always pointing a finger at who, and it's going around in a circle, and nothing gets done that way. When the main point in any investigation is a straight line from A to B, not no zig around circle going trying to get, you just go straight line. You got to do a straight line. That's why you've got to keep going back to the beginning and combing it through like a fine tooth comb.
the question I have, the biggest concern I have is we know the players, and we know one of these players are guilty. We have the people in the game of Clue, right? We have all the characters, we have all the moving pieces, but will they ever find some? Would it be and I believe some has been so,
Yeah, I mean, I believe that, Dolly, I believe that Summer Wells and the clues that go around all these characters, everybody had a piece of the pie. Everybody had a piece in it.
yeah,
So it's not that it's going to be one or two people that we're looking for. Everybody has a part in it. And I'm hoping what we talk with law enforcement, even with the Kingsport Police Department, uh, they hang out with the Hawkins County people and the Hawkins County. They're people. These police officers are people, but they can only do so much as what the sheriff allows them to do. And that's why everybody, even the family of the new sheriff I've talked to, they have said he's going to hit the ground running with this. It's going to get done.
yeah. I just felt like that, they didn't do much, considering the situation and all the information that came out that wasn't adding up. And like, Tennessee, it's a little bit backwoods. Like here in Virginia, that these people would have been arrested for criminal child neglect at least, and they would have been held until there would have been some answers. We just not seeing that in Tennessee, in no parts of Tennessee. It's like Tennessee goes by a different guideline of what they need to arrest people. Here we would charge you with no body and criminal child neglect, felony charges that carry 10 years. But we, like I said, we don't see that. We don't see them really pressuring the Wells at all. It's like, would it do any good to pressure them?
It's a good old boy system.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's just like they figured at this point it's been so long, why even do anything? Like it's like I think they're hoping people will forget, but this, still to this day, Summer Wells is one of the most talked about cases on the internet, considering the length of time it's been 5 years, and people are still bringing it up daily. So it's something that's definitely not going to go away for them. With Ronnie Lawson and Detective Pruitt. How serious are they really taking this? Because I think they know, like they know the players like we do, but they just can't prove what has happened.
I understand that. And, with everything that's been said and what's going on and what we know now is, I'm telling you, these people that I've talked to and that's other people around the area have talked to, the law enforcement, they've named names. I mean, they're talking about names and they're
Yeah.
giving reasons for them to be arrested. And when law enforcement does that, because you have to understand, in these small towns, everybody knows everybody. Everybody talks. Everybody does what they can to keep things under wrap. Ronnie, what we're hearing is Ronnie ran a system for, what is it, the last 14 years, man? He's been in there like for 14 years or something. But he's run a system of where people can buy their way out of things. People can do things.
Yes. So I mean, but we're not dealing with big money people. Like, I mean, I don't see Don Wells having the money to buy himself out of trouble, or Candus. If they had the money, they would drug it up or drink it up. So, I mean, I do feel like there's some good old boy mentality there, and it's just not the greatest detective work. Like they're too busy doing other things, and I don't think that their biggest concern is Summer Wells. And without putting pressure onto the family, right? Because them people in that holler know what happened to Summer Wells. They know. It's no doubt between the people who were in that holler that day, one of those people know what happened to Summer Wells. And just the things they have alleged, like, the drug in the kids and the essay of the kids, and they all come out and saying these things. But why wasn't these things reported when these things were going on? Everybody wants to act like that their hands are clean and they had nothing to do with it. But at the same time, they're bringing up crimes and things that were happening in the Hill, but nobody ever said nothing to it till about now. And I understand people don't want to be a rat or a snitch, but when it comes to kids, there's no such thing as a rat or a snitch. You shouldn't allow these things to be happening in the holler. And I believe that holler was loaded with terrible people all the way around. I mean, the little girl didn't stand a chance.
None of those kids really stood a chance. And, whether we like it or not, and I'm not saying that they're directly responsible, because we all know that what we can and cannot say when it comes to legally, and because of this, I'm going to be honest with you, this corrupt law enforcement system that's over in this area, It's bad. It's really bad. When people know people and people are going missing like crazy, and law enforcement knows these people personally, and they don't abide by what their oath is, then you have a problem, Dolly.
Yeah. And you said Marina's been coming up on your channel. Now, I remember a long time ago, Candus's cousin called into the show, and she said that, that she believes that Summer was snatched because of Marlena, that Marlena had drug debts and she was tied in with all these bad people like Spider and his brother, and that they grabbed Summer thinking they were grabbing her kid. And then once they did it, it was too late to bring her back, that it was a mistake.
Since we're going over this, Dolly, if you want to pull the last live I did up just a few minutes ago, it's called Thank You, Marlena. Thank you, Marlena. Listen to what she says, because she says a whole lot.
Okay.
And it's very important. It's very important that we go ahead.
Give me 1 second. Let me get your channel pulled up, and because I know she's been speaking with you a lot here the last few days, and she was around there. The important thing is she was around at that time, and she would have to know what was going on because she was so close with Candus at the time of all this happening. Like what drugs were flowing through that hill, and who was you talking about the one that says thank you, Marlena?
Yes, that's it.
All right, let me pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me share it. All right. All right, I got it. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. On another panel, I know a lot of people said she's being gatekeeped, and a lot of the questions that were asked.
Oh, I thought that was you talking right to me right there. That was your video. Okay.
No, it's actually faster than the last time. I was exhausted, and you picked the worst video to put out there in your last live to say. I was like, oh my God, I was so exhausted. We've done 14 hours of boots on the ground and all this. Marlena's in your chat, by the way. You can say hello to her.
Okay, what's up, Marlena?
Hello, Marlena. How are you doing?
Well, maybe we can get her to come up and give us a little info of what was life like on the hill at that time frame. Like, when you was there, what was going on? What was happening? What type of stuff were they involved in? What was quite, who was doing what? Somebody knows, you know what I'm saying? And we need to know these things.
I was muted out.
I'm going to play it.
You know what? It comes with the territory. But when you do that, it brings me back, to the first lesson of investigations. And
you want me to jump ahead?
You be quiet. Ernie? You let everybody talk. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Put her. Go ahead with a lot in that area. I used to be a bounty hunter. They used to call us jump out boys. You know quite a few bounty hunters, don't you?
I know what bounty hunters do, and I've got several that I know. I've got several that has wanted me to work for them, and several that I wanted to get me licensed to work for them.
Probably with AAA.
Because it says Elizabeth Jackson. Is that?
That's her. That's her.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
That is my sister-in-law's best friend and high school friend of years. Yes. Yep. Ashley Hunt.
Oh, yeah. I know Ashley very well.
Kevin Green, Brian Green.
Yeah, I'm some older ones. I know Brian. I think I know Brian, yeah. I know a few of them.
But when PG put up the thing that bounty hunters was looking for me, it's funny that every bounty hunter that I knew in this area knew exactly where I was and all that. And then she's like, if Dog was coming to look for me, I told her, I think I made a comment in her post. If Dog was coming to look for me, make sure he brings Leland because I want to play with his handcuffs.
Okay.
Dolly, if you want to fast forward it, that's the welcoming. That's just a welcoming, kind of
do you want to break down to the viewers who Marlena is? Do you want to give them a rundown of who she is?
Okay, so Marlena was at one time, and I know she's in chat, and she could correct me on this, which would be awesome if she would join us on panel. Did you put a link out there? Somebody said, did you put a link out there for Marlena?
I can put a link out there for her.
Put a link out there because to explain someone else's, life and everything.
Yeah.
And she's in here. I don't want to mess up because, I only briefly know her now because of the Summer Wells case and her involvement and the things she knows about Candus. And, they were friends. They were good friends is what I take it.
That was my understanding too, that at the time that all this transpired, she was the one that was hanging out with Candus the most. And then kind of after Marlena, Candus kind of moved over to hanging out with Allie. And that's my take on it. I don't know. I would rather her speak for herself too. Okay, she just jumped up in the backstage. Let's bring her up. Hello, Marlena.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you. You know, I haven't never had a chance to talk
I
to
was
you
talking
before.
to you.
Go ahead.
I asked Ernie what happened to him. I was talking to him, and then it went blank.
We had a power outage. We're traveling through. Tonight was our last night until the phase 2 team kicks off tomorrow. I get a week off, and I'm sorry about that. I was going to apologize to you for that, but these thunderstorms had rolled right through here and knocked one of the transformers or something out where we was traveling, and it took us a while to get power back. And I'm so sorry about that. But I'm glad that you come up tonight because you get to meet Dolly, and obviously Dolly has a few questions for you, and you're doing great, and I do appreciate that. And thank you for being for Summer. I do appreciate, and I do believe that you are for Summer.
I'm for
Awesome.
summer all the way.
Awesome. Marlena, my first question for you is, could you tell the audience that may not know who you are, how do you know Candus and Don Wells? How, give us the rundown of how you met them, how long you knew them, and what your relationship was with them.
I've known. Here I go again. Um, I've just told this on Ernie's panel just a minute ago. I've known Dawn and Candace for many, many years. I knew Dawn before he was even with Candace. He was married to Pam. Fred
Uh-huh.
introduced.
Did we lose her?
She may have broke up there a little bit. She'll probably be back. It's just StreamYard, man. What's he use? StreamYard? It is StreamYard.
Yeah,
StreamYard has a problem.
I'm using StreamYard right now. I don't know. It could be weather. My stuff was buffering earlier. People said it sounded robotic, but I mean, I got the highest internet you can get, so it should work. Like we're getting to the good stuff, and then the internet wants to act up. It's like,
I know, man. It hit me a while ago too, man. I was sitting there.
Damn you, Satan. You know what I'm saying? So for y'all guys that are just tuning in, this is Marlena. I caught the part where she said she knew Don Wells before she even knew Candus, his former wife, and I know he was married before Candus. And
Mom was alive.
Okay, you're back. Okay, go ahead, Melina, take over.
Gone when Fred introduced him to my dad for him to work for my dad.
Uh-huh.
And then Dawn left Pamela, his kids' mom, and went and got Candace and brought Candace down here.
Okay.
So
he brought Candus from Utah, right?
Yeah, I've known Dawn and them for over 20 years or almost.
Uh-huh. So
I've known Dawn for a long time.
Is that how you become friends with Candus? Did you get really close to Candus at one point?
At one point, I was watching her kids, cleaning her house.
Okay.
So yeah, I was in. I mean, until she did what she did with Waylon and was supposed to sign him and Summer over to me. Until she done that, we were really close until she lied to me and done all that.
So she said she was going to sign Waylon and Summer over to you to give you custody of the kids?
Yeah, she didn't want no more kids by him whatsoever.
So, I mean, you were around her. What kind of parents were Don and Candus? Were they good parents? Were they neglectful? What kind of parents would you say they were?
Careless.
Careless?
Careless. I mean, the good word for it. Careless.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Could you repeat that?
They were careless. That would be a good word for it. They would be careless.
Okay, so just didn't look after the children well at all.
Well, I mean, they were always outside into something. Dawn was always working or out on a bench, and Candus they would always drink with their kids there. They would always party with their kids there. So yeah, careless.
Okay. So you have a daughter also, right?
Yes, I do.
And your daughter was friends with little Summer at the time. They like to play together, hang out together. Was it one of those
Yeah,
type of things?
yes, they were.
Okay. All right. Um Now, was there a lot of people coming and going from that house? Like, because with Summer missing and that house being so secluded up in the holler, it's if you didn't know it was there, it's almost impossible to find it. Like, was there a lot of traffic in and out of that house with, like, just different people at the times that you were around there?
Dawn Dawn didn't let a lot of people come in and out of that house. Dawn would get mad if there was somebody there, and Candace had to hi I mean, if I went up there, Dawn Dawn would speak to me and all that, but you could tell that he was ill because I was there. Maybe because he thought that I would find out, if they were doing more than what they should or whatever. So, no, not a lot of people came in and out of there. The only people I really seen there was like, this is before like our long distance, like after the kid situation. Um, I don't know who was all up there between that time and that time. So that was about like, I know a good 2 or 3 years, maybe.
Did you ever know a cousin of Candace's? Because I had somebody called into my show one day, said she was the
Oh yeah,
cousin.
that she was her cousin, and my kid was the one that's supposed to be took instead of Summer because me and my kid's dad owed a big drug debt.
Yes, yes. I was
Well,
wondering
that
if you had
I don't
heard that.
excuse my French, but I don't know who that bitch is. But
I
she
heard she
has nothing
passed
to know.
away. I heard that
I
woman
don't
passed
know.
away.
I mean, I'm sorry that if she did pass away,
Yeah.
but I'm saying she had no knowledge of me whatsoever. And it wasn't because my kid was there while Summer got sick. Me and
Uh
my
huh.
kid's dad never owed a drug cartel, never owed any money like that.
Uh huh. Did he have some family that was involved in drug running that got busted for like meth? Who was the spider guy?
I don't know who this spider guy is, and it's not my kid's dad.
Uh huh.
So, but
Okay.
let's clear that up real quick because Spider is not my kid's dad.
Okay. Is that so that's not your kid's dad's brother? I think that's what she was referring to. Is it was the brother?
No, my kid's dad's brothers are all like they own their own family business. They all high society.
Oh,
They
so then none of them are riffraffs.
No of them are. No, they all got custody of their kids and all that. No, they're not riffraffs. None.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
And then there was like one of them pulled up a Hayes or Brad Hayes at one time, and he was in jail or whatever. That is not even my kid's dad's brother. That ain't even a picture of him.
we're okay. I hate to
I
ask you
think
this
it was
because
PG. I think
this
it's
is
PG. I think.
was y'all all partying together, or were they partying and you were just there? Is it like when I say partying, I mean I hate to ask you, was there a lot of like I ain't just talking about drinking. I'm talking about was there some illegal substances going on the hill? You know, if it's something you don't want to answer, don't feel like I'm forcing you to answer something. Just be like, hey, I don't want to talk about that, and I'm fine with it. But it was there more happening on the hill than just them sitting around drinking?
The only thing I ever saw at that time when I was on the hill was Candace would pop floor tabs or whatever and drink.
Uh
That's all
huh.
I ever seen. But I know
Okay.
that Dawn. I know Dawn would have had a crack habit.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's openly admitted that he went out and spent
But yeah, that's
massive.
why he was in Knoxville, and that's why his bills up so high that it was, is because he had a crack habit and that he would spend a lot of fucking money on crack and go to Knoxville.
Let me ask you this: did you ever see anything inappropriate with the kids? Because out of all this, Don Wells admitted to taking like showers with Summer, and I'm sure you've been in that house. I've been in the house there on the hill, and the bathroom is tiny. The shower is like a one man shower, and did you ever see anything that you thought was inappropriate behavior from
I mean,
them?
I, I mean, I know that he used to take showers with the kids, but that was because she would tell me that they would take a shower with the kids if, they were in a hurry to get them in bed for school, or if they were in a hurry to go somewhere or whatever. But I never seen anything ever like,
Inappropriate.
no, but I know that Josie was his main mold, his main pick out of the kids.
Uh-huh. Now,
I think
far
that
as
to be a little weird too, because Josie, the oldest one, and he was like, how you say that? They groom him
yeah.
because his oldest kids were sold and sex trafficked, and they're sex offenders and all.
Now I know that the older kids hate him. One of them had their skull cracked too. There was a situation where there was some abuse, and of course drugs, and like you allege, I don't know that to be positive that they were sold, but I know that those kids definitely don't want anything to do with them, and really can't stand them. Um,
No, I've seen his son and his daughter on that hill.
both of them. That
I've seen them both. I've seen his oldest daughter and I've seen his oldest son on that hill.
wow, I thought they didn't have anything to do with them.
No,
Okay,
that's
all right.
that's where a lot of people get that mixed up. They both been on that hill. I think his son or his daughter come and lived with him a couple weeks or something, maybe a month or so, and he kicked her out. And then his son was running from the law, and he came and stayed with him for a while, and then he finally had to move on.
There's 7 kids total, right? With 4, with the 3 the boys, Summer, and then there's 3 other children, right?
Once you add about 4 or 5 more to that,
4 or 5 more to that, so that he got kids. I'm
not
talking about
his kids, her kids.
Candus's kids. I didn't know Candus had kids with anybody else other than Don Wells.
Got kids up in Utah that was adopted out.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. I know one of them was a small child when he was taken, and he had a fractured skull.
I was talking about Donnie's kids being sex offenders and all that, and being sold and all that. And I know that Candace's kids was took, and they got caught in a hotel. Had a bunch of kids in a hotel, and they were trafficking them, and they wasn't supposed to be around kids at all, mama, grandmas, or Dawn.
Now let me ask you this, because you was around them. What do you think about these people rumoring? I'm going to say rumor because we don't know for positive that they were loaning Summer out. I'm just going to say it like that. Do you think there's any truth to something like that? Do you think these people are capable of doing something like that?
Loaning her out to what, the locals?
Yeah, like, just basically pimping her out. I mean, there's a lot of rumors that have emerged of that on the internet. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I've heard this in multiple places of people saying it, but you know how the internet is. They'll say anything.
Yeah, anybody will take anything, cut it, reactivate. Yeah, I know. I've had a target on me for years. That's why I went silent for so many years.
Uh-huh. What made you decide to come out and start speaking on it? Just my curiosity. Did you decide, hey, I wanted to clear the air, or I want to clear my name? Because
I'm tired of feeling like, because, the corrupt police that's leaving. I'm hoping the new sheriff is going to believe anything that not believe like anybody, but at least the people that is close to the case believes them and actually follows their leads. Because usually if somebody calls in from a YouTube or whatever, they don't take that seriously.
No, not at all.
They don't. None of that takes like serious consequences. But I'm tired of, like, there's certain people that's still trying to follow me and find me. That's like that Mac Brewer or Rouser or whatever. He was at a friend of mine's not even like 4 days, not even 3 or 4 days ago, asking about me. And that's whether than 5 miles from my house, and I don't even know this idiot.
So you've had YouTubers trying to track you down basically for the last 5 years.
I had Jamie Cox follow me for a very, very long time and was telling a lot of people where I was at and where I was staying and had targets on my back. Yeah, I mean, I'm just fed up with people cutting my stuff and lying about me. I'm tired of my kid feeling like she's got to always protect herself and be in danger, or
Hmm.
have to fight somebody at school because somebody's saying something about her mom or her dead family members on Facebook, and people pick our kids picking on her. And I'm just fed up.
I can understand that. Now, let me ask you. This is probably one of the $1 million questions. What was your falling out, if you don't mind sharing? What made you fall out with the Wells? Like, if y'all were friends and y'all were hanging out, and y'all were, was it the situation where she was supposed to assign Summer and Waylon over to you, or was there something else that transpired that got you where you and Candace and Don wasn't seeing eye to eye anymore?
Well, that was part of it because I got told late in 2011, early of 2012, I had ovarian cancer,
Uh huh.
and I had to go through radiation treatments, and I had to have surgery. And they told me I would never be able to carry a kid to full term. So she really, at that time, we were really close, and she knew that I ever wanted to do was be a mom.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when she lied to me about that, I was just done for the longest time. And then I got pregnant with my daughter, my miracle baby.
Uh-huh.
She come about 4.5 weeks early, so I became a mom. So,
So
I
she
kind of
was
let that be in the
she
past.
she
So
was
I
willing
kind
to
of
give you Summer,
Waylon.
Waylon. So she wasn't going to give you Summer, but she was going to give you Waylon.
She was going to sign Waylon over to me.
Uh-huh.
Then she found out that she was pregnant with Summer right after that.
Oh, okay.
She just
Okay.
didn't want to have no more kids. Not by him, not by anybody. She was done having kids, she said.
Okay. Was Allie in the picture with you guys when y'all were hanging out, or did that come shortly after you?
That came after I like left and had my kid and went and took care of my sick dad, and I didn't have hardly anything to do with the Wellses for, I know, 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. Okay. Now this one I know is a hypothetical question I'm going to ask you here now. Is, you know, you were close to him, you knew him pretty well, probably better than anybody up here on the internet for sure. What do you think may have happened to Summer
I
Wells?
started my own YouTube channel like I was going to about a year back.
Say that one more time because you broke up just a little bit for me.
Started a YouTube channel like I was going to about a year and a half back.
You was going to start a YouTube channel?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And
But I didn't
do,
think that nobody would listen to me because that was after PG cut me down and talked about me like a dog.
well, I mean, of course people are going to listen to you because you're close with the family. You're closer than most of these YouTubers up here. I mean, you stayed with them, you've been on the hill, you've hung out with them, you know,
I
you
didn't
you,
stay with
you
them.
broke bread with them. So, of
I
course
didn't
what you
stay with them. That's where a lot of people gets that mixed up. Never stayed with them. I never lived with them.
uh-huh.
I didn't do it. I mean, I hung out with them. I might have drank a couple of times, and back then I was doing pills. So yeah, I probably done a couple pills and had a good time. But I always went home. I never stayed all night with them.
Okay. Okay. Um do you have a theory on what may have happened this summer?
I have two theories.
Well, can we hear at least one of them?
Well, my first theory is Dawn owed a bunch of money.
Uh-huh.
So with him going and telling my dad he had to sacrifice his daughter, I think he had to give her up
Over the drug debt?
over the drug debt.
Wow. Okay. What's your
And
second theory?
maybe if she went to the swimming hole like she said she did, then I think either Candace turned her back to smoke pot and drink and she drowned, or Hunter drowned her. and they got scared, or maybe didn't drown, or maybe got water in their lungs, and then they respirate like, like if you get water in your lungs, you
Yeah,
respirate after so many hours. They
dry
had that she had
drowned.
dry drowned, and they have got scared and got rid of her body, and or buried her or whatever they might have done. I don't know if they have or they haven't, but I figured they might have got scared and maybe got rid of the evidence and said somebody kidnapped her.
I, I would have to lean towards what you just said. I've always felt that something tragically happened to Summer. Either it was they left her in the car too long in the heat, or it was something that did happen at that water hole. And I've always felt like Hunter was a liar, and that Don and Candus, their
A
stories
liar.
didn't quite line up because
But then
Don,
again, though, you got to think about the barrel situation. The video that she posted, the barrel said for sale.
yeah, yeah, that is true. I mean, when she was dancing in the rain, and everybody has a theory of, they posted this video to. Now, here's the thing: like, I've known a lot of bad people in my life. I've known some bad people. I've known people to do illegal things, and I've never really seen nobody that would take your kid over a debt.
But
You know,
Dolly, see, look, this is what you're talking about. You're talking about Beach Creek, places that kids don't go missing. Just bad people that do bad things to somebody is the only people that go missing. Kids never go missing. My whole 40-some years, I've never seen a kid go missing except for Summer.
yeah, like I mean, whatever would have happened to have Summer, a stranger didn't wander up to that hill. I've always been pretty confident of that. Like, even when the first
That's
few
like me and
times,
Ernie were talking before we got cut off. Them
uh huh,
dogs on that hill. Why was the dogs disappeared on the day that Summer went missing? Where was all the dogs? Who helped them catch 15 or 20 dogs and put them in a barn or a shed or something? Who did all
That's
that?
a
That's
that's a
a lot of dogs.
that's another $1 million question right there.
yeah. I mean, even when I was out there, the dogs ran out on me, and the first
Did
few
they
times
bark
I
at you the whole time?
did, yeah, they barked at me. Yeah, the whole time I was out there. Well, at first they did, and then they ran out on me. But when I first got there, no, there wasn't no dogs. But then they came out. But when I was on Ben Hill Road, I couldn't see the house. I didn't know exactly where the house was at. So if this to say I was coming there to kidnap somebody, if you didn't know exactly where the house is at, you really can't even see the house.
Exactly. Especially if it's summertime and it's green, you can't see that house.
Yeah, in the winter you can see it. Now, of course, in the wintertime you walk down the road at certain angles, you can see the house. But in the summertime, yeah, it's almost uh
And Dolly, have you not noticed certain people in this case has popped up dead, missing, had car accidents, just unruthlessly, no idea what happened to them. The brakes go out or anything like that. I mean, this stuff just don't happen in a 5-year period that so many in this case goes missing, and there's only like maybe 10 or 15 of us left.
yeah. Let me ask you this too, because you were there. What is your take on Grandis? What do you think about Grandis?
Grandis, well, I mean, she don't know if she wants to be straight or she wants to be or if she wants to be lesbian.
Uh-huh.
I mean, she's got a missing daughter too that she just all of a sudden stopped looking for. You know why she stopped looking for, right?
No, I don't.
Because Candace has got the same tattoos as her sister does. Has not anybody ever pointed that out? Like the tattoos that's on that bulo, Candace has them.
It's on Rose as well.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
How's that work?
W-
It's weird. It's weird, and I've said this once before because we was talking about Rose Bly, and I never got no answers. When I was talking to Candace about Rose, she wouldn't like. She literally had. I mean, let's just say this:
So
have
she
you
has
ever
that
asked
just for her
Candace about
sister.
Rose?
Me personally, I haven't, but I've heard that she's joked about her being buried under the driveway.
But have you? I mean, but Ernie knows exactly what I'm talking about. She's got same tattoos that matches her sister. Is that
Is
just a coincidence?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that? I mean, there's some people get the same tattoos, maybe siblings. I mean,
In the same place?
you
And
think?
notice that her sister's been missing exactly what was it like 9 or 12 years to the day that her daughter went missing?
I know it's strange. The odds of somebody having two people go missing in their family is like being struck by lightning like 4 or 5 times. I mean, it's almost
Like
astronomical.
you're standing out there with a lightning rod and saying, "Please, God, strike me."
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is. The odds of that happening is super. I ain't saying it's impossible, but I'm saying you got a 1 in a billion chance of something like that happening. And then, with Grandis taking off after it and Grandis being
She
with
just
them that day,
got up and left
allegedly.
state and disappeared. She just got up and left state and disappeared and went back home or whatever. And her granddaughter and her daughter's missing.
I've always had my suspicions of Grandis and her behavior myself because of Rose Bly. Because, they always put the blame on Rose Bly's husband, but he was never convicted of any crime against Rose. So, I mean, that mystery has always loomed over the family. And the joke about she being buried underneath a sidewalk, it, I don't know who killed Rose. And it's my big thing is I've always thought Summer Wells was an accident, but a lot of people tell me they believe that there's premeditation in it because of, like you said, the dogs being put up, the story, the everything was premeditated is what a lot of people say.
Okay,
It,
what did her 911 call say? That she walked down the road and she returned and her daughter was nowhere to be found. Was that not a 911 call at the first?
well, I believe the 911 call was they said the mother had left the house. And then
She
there's the
walked, didn't she?
rumors.
She walked down the road and then came back and she wasn't there. That was the first 911 call, was it not?
According to Candus, I mean, I sat there personally with Candus, and Candus said that, she was at the trailer and that somebody allegedly came up the dog trail, but where the trailer sat, you would have to walk right in front of the trailer to get
Thank
to the
you.
house.
Thank you. You'd have to walk right there by the edge where the camper door was, and you would have to be insane.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand when she said, because she said she was in a camper with Grandis, and I was like, well, how could they get up the dog trail and walk right past you and you not see them, not hear them, not anything, no dogs barked at them, no nothing, and the dog trail itself is steep as hell.
Yeah, and then by the time you get to the top of that hill, you're going to have to stop and take a breath because anybody in nowadays they all smoke at least a vape or a cigarette or something. So you're going to have to stop and take your breath because I can't even walk that hill when I didn't smoke and not have to stop and take a breath.
I know,
And that's from
me
the
too.
bottom of the driveway to the top.
I walked that hill too, and I was the same way. Me and PJ, we walked the hill, and I was like, man, this shit is up here a little ways. So I agree that. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of shape you're in, but I don't see anybody. And do you ever remember there being a couch that blocked that bottom door in the basement? Did you ever go down into the basement?
You mean the dungeon?
The dungeon would, tri level, whatever you want to call it. Did you ever go down there?
Who you talking to, Ernie? He ain't going to answer.
No, I'm
He's
asking you. Did you ever go down into the basement?
Yeah, I mean, I went down in the basement before they even put the bar across the top of the steps.
Okay. Do you ever remember there being was there a couch that blocked the back door? Do you remember a couch?
No.
Okay.
There was when that time was there was nothing that blocked that back door.
Okay, so when you were there, you could just freely walk in and out that back door.
Yeah, you could walk
Okay.
about in any door there was there, but see, and then like the call that I got was different from the call that 911 got.
Okay. So you got
That's
a
like I was
call.
telling Ernie that I was going over that with Ernie because the 911 call that she replayed, I think she said she took a walk and returned and Summer wasn't there. And then it went to she was helping her mom fix her knee brace and planting fake cactuses in rocks. And if you
Now,
was at fixing her knee brace at that door of that camper, then you would have seen anybody that came up that hill. The
let me
dogs would
ask
have barked.
let me ask you this.
What
Have
was
you ever known them to doctor hop and do pills? Because I heard from some locals down there that they would, that they were big on the pills. And I truly believe that that day the reason they went to the pharmacy was to get some painkillers. And when they got back to the house, they were over
her
there
mother's
drinking it.
name? Exactly. The mama supposedly said, I'm saying, I don't know about that, but I'm saying that her mama's knee was swelled and Candace was worried about it. I think that was a clip in the news thing. And it was swelled and Candace was worried about it. No, Candace wanted her mama go to the hospital to get a pain shot and a script of Lortabs.
So they could do them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the same thing that she was a drinker and she liked prescription medications. And I'm thinking, is it possible that she went over there and I don't even know if that story's true. And with the boys not being 18, we can't really see if the boys if there's her story's true because she said she took Summer back to the house and she was in there with the boys, and then the boys thought she went downstairs, but with the boys not being of age.
Yes. Tell me this. Why did I get the phone call that Summer was missing at 4:37? And the phone call to the police didn't go into about what, 6:30? Where's an hour and something many minutes at? Where did it
Now,
where's it at?
who called you and let you knew that Summer was missing?
Candace did.
Candus called you personally and said Summer's missing.
That's what I was telling Ernie before we got disconnected. She called me at 4:37 on Messenger. It's just a
So
regular voice call. And told me that Summer was on the swing. She went in the kitchen to fix kids something to eat. And when she turned around, Summer was gone. One, if you've been in that house, you know that if you walk into that kitchen, that side window points straight to that swing. You would have seen if somebody was there. Two, she never cooked. I don't know where she got come up with that lie because she never cooked whatsoever.
Uh-huh. And
And
what
if
kind
she
of
did,
condition what kind of condition was the house in when you was there?
well, I would always wash the clothes, hang the clothes, fold the clothes into the kids'
I
place
mean,
where
did
they
it
would
have
go.
walls and doors? Did it have everything
No, it didn't
intact?
have. It didn't have a. It didn't have a. You know that wall like right next to the washer and dryer that cuts off for the bathroom.
Yeah.
That was never there. That was open, even into the
Okay.
kitchen. You could see the wall that is on the wall. They built summer room down, like closed the wall in for the steps and all that. That was never there.
Okay. Yeah, when I was there, it had the doors. The bathroom was all there. It had that little walk-in room inside the kitchen. The pipes were running through. They wasn't in the walls. They were running like hanging. Uh, like they just the pipes wasn't in the walls. They were outside the walls, which I thought was weird as hell. And of course, the basement was empty. It was completely empty, and there was no stairs when I was there. So they had ripped the
Really,
stairs
I
out.
mean, did you notice that like the first interview that she did with somebody and took them downstairs? Did you all not notice that there was porn playing on the TV?
I thought it was like Girls Gone Wild or something. Yeah, on the
That
TV.
was
Yes,
porn on the TV.
yes, that was Chris McDonough that had went down there in that interview, and
It was weird. It was weird about that when he sticks his head down there to go in head first. She's pulling her shirt up right at the right time. It's like, if that's not a tall tale sign of this house and what goes on in this house, nothing is. For the
Yeah,
exact moment.
yeah, and that's my thing about with the inappropriateness. Now, we know that he was taking showers with the little girl in that little tiny shower, and that it's alleged that he was down there sleeping with her with, they were all nude in the bed together. But I mean, it's definitely like, I don't think any man should be taking a shower with their daughter that comes up to their waist in a one-man shower. I think that is, and with the history of Don Wells being a predator. I mean, there's no other way to say it. With his sister, with the lady.
I think go in the start that Candus and Dawn should be sitting behind bars right now.
I agree. And I tell people though, like,
he got caught with it. For one, he got caught with a gun while drinking and driving. He is a convicted felon. He should still be sitting behind bars.
and of course, for stealing panties out that lady's house, which I found bizarre that he had some women's panties in his pocket. That's kind of serial killerish. And then how he blames his sister for what he did to her. Like, he don't even take responsibility for the actions that he's done.
I had people that went up there and robbed him. I had people to rob him for a lousy, $20? He still owes me like 100 and something, and I had somebody to rob him for 100 and some bucks. Now,
is that what he alleges?
Yeah, he gets on there, and if you go back and watch some of his very first interviews, talking about that he kept my kid all the time, and all kinds of bullshit, that I had him robbed, and I got pissed off at him and all kinds of shit. No, he ain't seen pissed off until I jumped out on his ass out there off a Long Star, and I told him I would whoop his ass right there for running his mouth for nothing that wasn't true.
Did the police or the FBI ever interview you when Summer went missing?
Yes, they interviewed me 2 or 3 times. They took my phone. They surrounded me. I had just told Ernie that. They surrounded me at my home with FBI, TBI, 5 carloads of Green County, 5 or 6 cars of Hawkins County, helicopters. They searched everything around there, every bit of my stuff, my phone, everything.
Okay. Was there anything that you thought they were odd?
He told everybody I'm the one that took her. I didn't take her.
Uh-huh.
I had my own kid to worry about, and I had my own things to worry about. My dad was getting sick. My dad had cancer for 2 years, and it finally took him out of this world. I had my own kid to worry about. I had my own drama with my baby daddy. I had to take care of my kid. I had so much, no car that worked. I had so much on me that at that time, I didn't have room for another kid.
Uh-huh. Okay. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in there. How was the relationship with everybody? At one point on the hill, everybody's. I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead.
But by the time Summer went missing, we had lost almost 20-some family members and close friends to me. So plus fighting depression, fighting my daddy being sick, trying to get a car that runs, trying to get my kid back and forth to school, try to make sure that, me and my kid's dad ain't killing each other and this and that. I didn't have time to even breathe. And then the next thing I know, I got TBI, FBI, the police, bamboozled my house like I was a serial killer.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Dolly. Do you remember Earl Taylor, the guy that was found after Summer went missing the day after?
Not right off. Fill me in.
That is Marlena's people, and she has, during this time, I guess, afterwards, that was going on too. And she's had a lot, you know, that was going on after the FBI swarmed her, the TBI swarmed her. So she's had a lot going on with her.
Yeah. Okay. When you mean they
That was like the
found this guy, what do you mean as in they found him, Ernie?
What do you mean when they found him? He went to get clean in a rehab, and when he came back out, his girlfriend and his sister had him killed and threw into water. And it's still
Oh,
an ongoing. It's still an ongoing
uh,
situation.
okay. Okay. All right. That's what he meant by they found him.
But
Okay, I got you.
the girl was nothing to do with Summer. Didn't even know the Wellses. Didn't even have any contact with the Wells.
Now, far as everybody, did you know everybody else in the holler? Like when you was up there, like did you know Jody Sue and Fred Hill? Did you know these people?
Fred Hill's kin to me on my my daddy's side. Him and
He's
his
kin to
mom and my
you.
dad was cousins. Yeah, his
Yeah,
mom and my dad was cousins.
he's kin to everybody in damn Tennessee, ain't he? I mean, the Hill family is. There's so many Hills, and people are. Every time I talk to somebody, they're like, "Yeah, I'm kin to the Hills through a marriage or a cousin," or it's like there's so many.
My dad and his mom was family.
Okay, so you're technically
But with him telling Ernie, he don't even know me because he goes around telling everybody he don't know me because I'm that little smart ass sassy mouth that don't care to tell people how it is.
So he just don't
I heard
act
his
like
feelings.
he acts like he don't know you, but yet he's actually family to you.
Yes, he is.
What is your take on Fred Hill? Like I've always had a like a bad taste in my mouth about Fred Hill. I mean, I'm not saying Fred Hill did it.
Fred Hill knows what happened to Summer.
The question I was going to ask you: how close was Candus and Don with Fred Hill at the time that Summer went missing?
Well, I mean, they were pretty close, I'd say, because Dawn. That's how my dad met Dawn, was through Fred Hill.
Uh-huh. Okay,
So
what about
Dawn and Fred's been friends for years.
now? Paul Hill is his granddad, the one that lives on Van Hill Road.
I don't know how they're connected, like all together. I don't know,
Okay.
but I know that they're pretty. I know that they're pretty connected.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're family. I'm positive that they're family. I believe it's his. I think it's his granddad because people say at one time it was a pig farm, and that they may have had some pigs out there or something of that nature. I was just curious if you knew the family that side on Van Hill Road.
I don't like. It's Frank, ain't it? Is it Frank, the one that is the younger dude that's black headed?
I'm not positive. Ernie, do
That
you
was his
know?
daddy's property. That was his daddy's property at one time.
Yeah, well,
Or something.
I just know that's the recent place that the
Are we
FBI.
talking about Frank? Is it Frank Light or something like that? I'm not sure.
No, it's Frank. It's Frank Hill because that's the one that they recently searched on Van Hill, right? The cops went in not too long ago and
Yeah, I
searched
thought
his
his name was
property.
Paul. I thought it was Paul Hill, but I might be wrong.
Paul, ain't it? Paul is his dad. Frank is the boy.
Okay. All right. So basically,
But
all of the people.
that surrounded his property, and they treated him like an outsider and making him leave. He said, "Did you want to find out where they buried Summer?" Now, how did he
Okay.
know that was what they were there for?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just. To me, I think a lot of this stuff is connected on the hill that these people were in cahoots together. Did you ever know Jody Sue Brown and Andy? I think she's breaking up. You were breaking up a little.
Jody Sue I met Jody Sue a time or two, and I met Andy a couple of times, but like hanging out with them, LL, hanging out with them and like kicking it with them and drinking with them and partying with them, I never
Uh-huh.
did.
Okay. Okay. I met Andy. He seemed like a pretty nice guy. I mean, generally, and just I've only met him once, but he seemed to be pretty pleasant when I met him. Jody Sue seems to be a little bit all over the place. She says things that if it's true, then about drugging the
I
kids and
ran, I ran into her last year or maybe 2 years ago at the store next to Priceless. And she
uh-huh,
said she had the paperwork to prove that it was conspiracy against me to get my kids taken away.
that these rumors were alleged that about the drugging the kids or to get your kids taken away.
Not drugging the kids, but like getting back at me
Uh-huh.
for getting, I think that's when I got on with Lips, and that maybe that was before I got on with PG or after I got on with PG. And I ran into her to the store, and she said, I've got proof that they they had it planned to get my kids taken away.
Oh, okay. Didn't PG, I might be mistaken, didn't she have some weird relationship with Don Wells?
She used to, yeah, I'm gonna say it. She used to fuck Don Wells behind
That
Candus's back.
I mean, I've had heard some stuff like that. I mean, I don't know how true it is, because the internet, it's people say a lot of
Let me
crazy
tell you,
stuff.
Don, let me tell you how far PG went. Let me tell you how far Australia went. What is it, Phoebe, Australia? Let me tell you how far she went. She went so far that she was showing her titties supposedly to a guy named Jimmy Long, and then had Jimmy Long tell him that I was screwing him with a cowboy hat on and this and that and another. Let me tell you something. That old man is almost 90 years old. He's already been convicted of murder. He went
Oh,
to
wow.
prison in the 80s. And she's showing titties just to get information and for them to go on there to make me look like a liar and saying that I am screwing this old man. It probably can't even get it up unless he eats about 5 fucking Viagra.
Uh-huh.
But
That's a
she's
lot of
over there
Viagra.
showing her titties just to see. So we're going as far as being a hoe and showing our titties and our shit just to get information about Summer. That's taking it way too far.
Well, I mean, it's like even Ziggy met marrying Fred Hill. I think it gets a little weird when you're trying to get information out of people and then you start having some weird
What are you
relationship.
talking about? This is what nobody else is talking about. Ziggy was in that holler the day that Summer Wells went missing.
What?
Was in that holler buying drugs the day that Summer Wells went missing. And then Fred went to jail, and then she started her YouTube, and her and Fred started making videos and calling him from or doing his video visits from jail. And then they got together and got married. So nobody seems to think that's weird. And
I
he
didn't
just
know
left
that.
Laura
I
after
didn't know
all these
that.
years. And then he just left Laura alone after all these years.
Yeah, because every time I say something about Fred, Ziggy gets really mad, and I'm like, because I don't trust anybody on the hill. To me, if you was on that hill, you're a suspect. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, that I ain't saying that you did it, but I'm saying, hey, it's at least worth looking into you and hearing your
Well, I
story.
wasn't nowhere on that. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there like this, and I'm being 100. I wasn't on that hill the whole month of June
Uh
and the
huh.
half a month of May. I was there maybe the 9th or the 10th of May, and I don't know which one it was because my birthday's on the 11th, and I think my birthday and Mother's Day maybe fell that together that year. If it did, then that means that we was on leap year. So therefore, that was the last time I was on that hill.
So
And
I got
that's
a
when
question,
Don
Dolly.
was out on
go
his
ahead,
rant.
go ahead, Ernie, take over for a
I,
minute.
I got a question. You just said that Ziggy was on the hill when
Not
Summer
on the
went
hill,
missing. Okay, go ahead.
not on the hill. She was in the holler.
Wow.
She was at Fred Hill's.
Wow, that's what I said. I'm
So,
thinking the
so I'm
same way
thinking
you
like,
are.
wait a
I mean,
minute.
So, there's a lot of people missing this equation. So, really, what's Ziggy got to do with all this? Why was she in the holler? This is before Summer even went missing. So, why were you in the holler? Or was you in there buying dope? Was you in there secretly, screwing one of them?
see, because
What the
I
hell
didn't
was
think
you
she knew. I
doing?
didn't think she knew Fred Hill until after this, and she was sleuthing
No,
around in the Summer
no,
case.
no, no. She was there the day and maybe 2 days before Summer went missing. I think it was like 1 or 2 days before Summer went missing, but she was in the holler the day that Summer went missing.
Huh?
Huh.
Why is Zeke from way up yonder all the way down here in Beach Creek, Tennessee?
Where is
Wait a
Ziggy
minute.
even from? Ain't she from? Is she from
Oh, wait a minute.
Kentucky?
That's right.
Ernie?
Bill Shipley's ex old lady, Kelly. That's why she was down here, because Kelly was a dope head and she brought Kelly down here to buy dope off of Fred. And Kelly and Bill Shipley was having problems because that's when Bill went to jail and she put a $25,000 hit on Bill Shipley's head.
Who did?
Kelly and Ziggy did. And he was in Sullivan County Jail at the time. My cousin Bill. Shipley, not Billy Benton, Bill Shipley.
Oh, yeah.
So we're okay. The plot just thickened there.
What in the hell, man? Lord God, I've never heard this. I have
I-
never
I've
heard
never
this.
heard
dog.
nothing about hits going on and Ziggy being involved.
Welcome to the real world, boys.
Welcome to the real world, boy. Damn.
Wait a
Damn.
minute. Oh God.
I'm sure she's gonna have something to. I'm sure she's gonna have something to say about this.
Dolly,
So I got
right
a
now,
question.
go on Ryan Finds the Truth, and it's an interview with Bill Shipley. And it tells he's sitting right there telling Ryan Finds the Truth that he's got the $25,000 hit on his head, that Kelly and Ziggy knew each other. That's what Ziggy was doing down here, because she was down here buying dope off of Fred because Kelly couldn't find it nowhere else. Then Bill and Kelly is not divorced; they're still married.
Was Don getting anything from Fred, or was it it different? Because I know there may be a different
if
choice.
you can't go to Knoxville, to buy crack all the time, what else are you going to fall back on?
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes them people, that's all they like,
I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Fred Hill used to hide dope in the Black Ranger in the fucking back fender wheel.
Huh?
Oh my God. So let me ask you a question. You had talked about Fred earlier, and you stated, I think it is his mother. Was it his mother that used to put girls in the basement or something like that?
She used to practice witchcraft. Every girl was scared to even go in that holler or near that woman, because anybody that his sister or him had down there, they would say they would have to fight their way out, because his mom would put them in a basement and wouldn't let them out.
Okay. So I got a question for you. Like when you made this statement that his mother.
I bet you money nobody has ever checked Fred's old house, the basement of that house, because they sold it and it's been abandoned for years.
So let me.
Did y'all not notice that Fred Hill lost 2 uncles in this time of summer? Like within like a month or so after Summer went missing, Fred lost 2 of his uncles at the same time, almost.
So what is that? Well, let me ask you a question. What was the address that is claimed to be Fred's mom that tortured children? Where was that located?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, if you go by the Summer Wells, or like you go by her house, go out there and the road splits off. Well, don't take that road, it splits off, because that goes to somebody's private property. If you go on around through there, once you get around them little couple of S-curves, there's a trailer that sits left up on the hill. It's got like a barn, it's all grown up.
With your own Ben Hill Road?
It's on Ben Hill.
Okay. So
do you know what we're talking about?
Trailer. So are we talking about the trailer had a basement in it, or what are we talking about?
The trailer couldn't have a basement in it.
It's got a storm dorm underneath it. Yes, it does.
Are you talking about the one on the hill when you bust a right by the junkyard, or are you talking about if you went straight?
By the junkyard.
Yeah, where the cars are all kind of parked next to Don Wells. Like if you're standing on the hill and you look straight out, you can see where they had like the school bus. But if you look to the right of where the school bus was, there's like a I
No,
ain't saying it.
you cannot see Fred's mom's from Dawn's Hill.
Okay.
No.
All right. So it was
go past Dawn's, and then there'll be another road that shoots off to the right. Don't take it. Keep going on around, and when it gets to them little S curves, there's a trailer that sits up on the hill.
okay. And then it dead ends because it's just big enough for
You're going too
ATVs.
far.
You're talking about
You're
going
too
past
far.
that gate. You go past that, like that little driveway, that's that private drive there, and it keeps going around. And there's a trailer that is up on the hill there.
If you go out through there in them little S curves, when you get to his mama's house, it's on the left. But if you look across the field, there's a nice house on the right hand side. It's like a log cabin, and it's got all the fence around it. It's
Yep.
always pretty. Okay, the one straight up across the hill where it's all grown up. There's a trailer. There's a barn, or there's not like a barn. There's like an outbuilding. There's another barn behind it. All of that property leads around to where Fred used to live in a camper that goes all the way back around to Glenda Heads.
Okay. I believe I know exactly where you're talking about now.
And it takes you on the back side of Andy Bernard's place.
So their family's been, the Hill family's been in that holler for a good while.
They've been in that holler ever since years, since the.
Do you
70s.
think, this is hypothetical, if Candus and Don went to Fred and was like, hey, something bad's happened, will you help us? You think he would help them?
Dawn? No, wait a minute. Repeat that. Sorry, I was trying to fix me something.
I said, Fred Hill, right? If something bad happened and Candus and Don Wells went to him, you think he would help them?
Well, I mean, he helped hide the drugs that was in the house the night that Summer went missing. He had the drugs that Candus took down there, and then the police officers let Dawn leave so he could take another backpack to hide.
I heard the same thing that when Summer went missing, Candus showed up at Fred Hill's house.
Okay, so therefore, let me ask you a question. So therefore, you just answered your own question. So would Fred Hill help Dawn? Absolutely.
Yeah, but I didn't know she allegedly took illegal substances to his house. I just knew she showed up at his house after Summer went missing.
What gets me then this whole thing?
Then the cops let him leave because that's when Robin was there, and Dawn got mad at Candus because she didn't take the rest of the drug paraphernalia out of the house, and he took it and gave it to Fred Hill.
No, wait a minute. You just mentioned Robin. Where was she located this time when this was going on?
Supposedly up there comforting or looking for Summer.
Okay. Are you talking the church lady Robin?
Yeah, the church lady Robin.
Okay. So and
that's something I don't understand either. You know, they put on a good front about going to church. And then even though they're a Seventh-day Baptist or Methodist or whatever the heck they are, I'm Baptist. And I know that you don't go sit. I know you don't go sit on a church pew on Sunday because you went and got drunk on Saturday night.
Yeah, I said that yesterday. I said, you know, you go to church and pray on Sunday and smoke crack on Monday and beat your wife and get drunk. That ain't religious. You know, that's because Don Wells, when he gets pushed into a corner and he don't want to answer a question, he goes to Jesus. I know that for a fact. Like, because I was standing on the hill with him and I was talking to him and I was just telling him, I was like, man, Don, you know, I just don't believe your story, man. And he was just, and he was just backpedaling. And then he went straight to Jesus. Well, God, I had a vision. An angel came to me and told me something was going to happen this summer. And I went and told Candus, and I told Candus to watch her. And then next thing you know, Summer's gone. And what are the odds or something like that?
Okay, tell me this. Everybody says he got a phone call. He was at work. Then he gets on here and he admits that he wasn't at work. So was he or wasn't he at work?
I don't
And then
believe he was at work.
if he was at work, then you're going to take more time. You're not going to beat Hawkins County to your house when Hawkins County is like 25 minutes away. And you're going to tell me you fly through all of those S curves, all the red lights, all the way from Jonesboro, which is Washington County, by the way, all the way to Sullivan County to the Beach Creek with all the curves and all that shit. And you're going to beat the cops there? You're wrong. I don't care who anybody says that. You're wrong. It's not going to happen.
And why would he go
unless
to
he got in a helicopter and flew? That's the only way you could have beat them there.
another thing? Had you ever seen Summer go down to the shed, like the one down the bottom of the hill that sits on what is it, Beach Creek? Had you ever seen
Beach
her?
Creek.
Yeah, because I hung the big banner on there on the shed.
Let me tell you something. Them kids was not allowed off of that hill unless there was somebody with them, and they knew better not to go off of that hill. And they never hardly got to go down there. Period. They always had to ride like their little dirt bikes and stuff right there around and in the gravel and all that. They never went down there.
Okay, because I noticed one thing that kind of stood out to me. The first place Don Wells went when he pulled up, he didn't pull up to the house. He pulled up to that shed. So I always found that odd. Like maybe.
Wait a minute. Why did he pull up to the shed? Because he told on every other channel. He even told Dr. Field that the police met him at the bottom of his driveway. Right?
No, he pulled up to the damn shed because the boys were out there searching. And he pulled up to where the boys were. From my understanding, that's where he pulled up to. He never pulled up to the house when he first got there. He didn't go to the house. He went to the shed.
I mean, but does that not look weird? Because if your wife is looking for your daughter and your daughter's missing, wouldn't you go to your wife and start asking questions? Because
absolutely.
If it was my kid, I'd be asking her damn daddy, where the fuck were you at? What the fuck were you doing? Where could she be? Or what the fuck was you doing?
So
that would be my questions.
So here's the thing. Here's the problem here, Marlena, is this storyline with every creator and the people that are involved in these characters. I'm gonna call them game players, suspects. Let's just say suspects. Just say suspects.
Well, I'm not a game player.
There's so many inconsistencies that everybody's caught with these people, and whether it be Fred, whether it be Don, Candus, whoever it may be, and the problem is it all pushes it into something more that's drama. Then it goes around in a circle. Let me ask you a question. Can you tell us more about the suitcase that Don was preparing for Summer that your daughter had seen? And exactly what type of items were being placed in that? Was it go away items? Did she know anything about that, or just did she see the outside of a suitcase?
No, they were her clothes. My daughter told me they was her clothes. They were putting her clothes in a suitcase. Clothes. Her clothes only. Her and Daddy was making a trip only.
Had you ever heard them say anything about them not wanting Summer, them not it being too much of a hassle or anything? Did you ever get any vibes that they didn't want Summer?
I mean, what time I was up there? No.
Okay.
I mean, but like I said, Don only groomed Josie. He groomed Josie. If Josie got in trouble, he still got to do stuff that the other ones would get sent to the room for, or get whooped for, or get stuff taken away for, or even Waylon would not talk for the longest time. I got him out of that shell and made him talk to me. He wouldn't talk hardly ever. Okay. And then they was talking about if Summer could talk. Yeah, she could say words. She could say, she talked to my daughter just fine. She talked to me just fine. She told me what she wanted. Summer could talk at this age. She could talk when she went missing. A lot of people said she couldn't. She could.
Yeah, I would think at that age she would be able to talk. Or if not, she's way behind at her age.
And I think it's funny that Candus told, I think it's on Ernie's. Did you not ask her? Did she not hear the scream back in one of your other videos? Back,
So
back a little while back that you asked her because she said she wasn't going to be in the drama or whatever. But let me say this. You asked her if she heard the scream. Did you or did you not hear the scream, Candace? And she said that where Jody Sue was on the other side of the mountain, that she would have heard it better than she would have. Okay, wait a minute. You're on top of the hill. That holler is narrow for two. For
that was the
three,
weird. That was true. And I stopped and I said, "Well, wouldn't Summer there with you when she went missing? Why would there be a scream on the other side?" And you're correct on that, because if you look at Dolly, you've been there. You know how Jody Sue's place is on the other ridge. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about, right?
yeah, yeah. Because I was out there shooting BB guns with Don Wells, and we were shooting her mailbox.
So on the other side there, well, you have to understand how the mountains and the mountain range, and that's the whole part about this is the mountain ranges. Why would Jody Sue hear the scream better than
Jody Sue
Candus?
didn't hear the scream. Her daughter heard the scream. Jody Sue's daughter told Jody Sue about the scream.
okay, but
You,
see,
Jody
there's a
Sue
lot with
kind of
that. Exactly,
yeah.
Jody, or exactly, Dolly. Shit, Jody didn't, but with that family over there in that area there, they did. And what got me is because she did say she would have heard it better. Like these people, they pretty much contradict themselves so much, and they literally they tell on they tell on themselves over and over and over again. I just don't see how law enforcement people they drop the ball big on this. If YouTubers can figure this out, why the hell can't
You know
law
why?
enforcement question them for giving false and faking false information to a police officer, law enforcement?
You know why Hawkins County's dropped the ball on this?
Go ahead.
It's because Don Wells is married into somebody that's got DC. That's why he keeps blaming that it's DCS, because DCS is married into his family that also knows Mr. Lawson.
DCS is married into Don Wells's family.
And that is connected to Mr. Ronnie Lawson.
Now I have heard that. Golly, there was our genealogist. She's very good at what she does, and we have had some connections. It's just like what you said. Everybody is connected. Everybody is family. They are tied in with each other. There's a lot of people that are tied in with each other in this case. Now, whether or not they have direct involvement with Summer going missing, well, that's another story.
And when the new sheriff takes town, I've already made it set up an appointment and all that. I want him to come and clear my name, to come and re-question me, to talk to me, and maybe it's something that somebody has missed.
Have you talked to Pruitt, the head investigator in
I
the
don't
Summer
talk
Wells
to
case?
Pruitt. I
You
don't
don't
talk
talk
to
to him?
Pruitt. I have
And let
nothing
me
to
ask you
do
a
with
question.
him.
When you say Pruitt, because I've caught Pruitt in some inconsistencies myself, and other people that I've talked to about Pruitt, and they're saying that Detective Pruitt is just one of those paid off law enforcement. Is that true by any chance?
I don't know about that.
I mean, Pruitt don't think Summer Wells is far from that hill. He believes she will be found somewhere around
And
that
you know
hill.
me why I say that, where I said that Summer may have passed or whatever. Do you know why I say that?
No, fill us
No.
in.
Okay, I have how do I say this without sounding fucking crazy? I have a back in the day they had people that believed in horse almonds, like special like reasons that somebody has passed away or they've not coming back or whatever. If y'all remember when the news crew did the interview at the church, there was a horse that ran down Beach Creek. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the horse. I can't say I do.
Remember
What
it?
about you, Ernie?
Go back. It's on News Channel 5 or News Channel 11. The horse
It
got
was a separate
flew.
story. It was a separate story, I think. I vaguely remember that. I
They were
vaguely remember it.
casting about Summer Wells and missing, that it was like 72 hours after she had been gone or 48 hours after she'd been gone. That horse ran down Beach Creek.
Okay, and what was that, a sign to you?
That is like an old sign back in the day that somebody has passed and they are not coming back. That's an
okay.
omen.
Okay. Oh, so you seen this and it made you think of the old, like I would say, a wise tale.
That's not a honey. It's not a wise tale, because there's a lot of things that, have you not noticed when, back in the old days in the mountains and the hills, they would take the iron skillets and cover them up. They would take stop the clocks on the wall so the spirits wouldn't get trapped in between realms and whatever. They were like old rituals that they did back in the day. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, with that horse being loose, I mean, you come out of nowhere. With that horse being loose, it's like an old ritual that somebody has passed and their spirit is free and they're not coming back.
So you believe that was just a sign that Summer was at that time was gone and it wasn't going to be found?
I do believe that. My dad believed that before he died. My mom believed that. A lot of people believes that. That's just an old ritual. Oh, you say wise tale. It's not. It's not a wise tale. That's kind of like spiritual. Like, she's set free. She ain't suffering anymore. She's free. That she don't have to go through all that stuff. She was. She's not coming. Well, well, I don't know if she's coming back or not. But I'm saying
I get it.
Back. That's what I'm saying. That's what Ernie kept telling.
I'm very
me
superstitious myself.
But that's like
Well,
Ernie was kept
can I play
asking.
something?
Did you know,
Can I play
Ernie? You
something?
said, why do you keep saying that she's dead?
Dolly, can I play something for you?
Yeah. What are you gonna play?
Okay. So, and I don't want to take nothing out of context or nothing like that, because we believe in the check it twice thing. I want you to listen to this right here. This was stated, and I understand why you said it now, but I didn't at first, but I'm going to go ahead and play this for everybody.
Got in trouble. He still got to do stuff that the other ones would get sent to the room for, or get work for.
No, hold on a second here. Let me get this off here.
Away for, or
okay, so here we go.
I mean,
hold on a second. Okay, so here we go.
You know that picture you have of the red truck with the dude standing behind it? But it's in one of your videos that you had put on your YouTube. There's a red truck in the ditch line, and there's a man standing there. Oh, yeah. That is Tony Hammonds. Hammonds? The dude that was him and his brother tried to kidnap that little boy from Kingsport like 3 or 4 days after Summer went missing. It was on the 19th of June. And did you know that they are speculating and rumoring that truck from Fred's house? I know that Tony Hammonds he tried to get really, really close to me right after Summer died. He found me and tried to come in and be friends with me and my kid's dad.
Now,
and then he also.
Now, right there, you said that. Here's why I say that for, because you said after Summer had died. That's past tense. That's why I brought that out like that. But go ahead.
But now you know why I said that she had passed, because that old horse ritual. That is why I always thought she was gone.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So you're saying that red truck was at Fred's Hill's house that day, and the people driving that red truck tried to abduct another little boy.
They did. Him and his brother did. In Kingsport off of Shelby Street. And Tony Hammonds played a real close part in my life after he found out who I was. He even tried to be friends. He tried to come and hang out. He even started working for somebody that I knew. I mean, really. And then Jamie Cox started following me around. And then now this Mac Bowers dude has showed up not even 5 miles from where I live now at a friend's house. I mean, I'm seriously, people are like getting really close. And then, you know, me and Ernie had a little falling out not too many days ago because he said he was going to hunt me when the boots is on the ground. Well,
Do you,
know,
ever,
that
are you
kind of
ever
hurt
fearful
me.
for your life? Like, do you think somebody would hurt you?
Yeah, I do, because I think that where I've lived on the creek, I know so many people on the creek. I know I mean, not necessarily about their personal life, but I know, like, I'm the only one that's really, really close that's still alive, that's with the Dawn and Candus. That's what really
Well,
close.
it's the way you say that. Why do you think that, or what makes you think that you're the only one that's close that's still alive? Because there are people, and you're right. They have been people that's, missing, dead. Um, so you had mentioned, I heard you mention this before, like there's not too many left on the hill that knows what happened. Is that correct?
Not on the hill. I'm just saying, a la general. I mean, there was, how many was there? There was at least 50 people. What's left now? 10, maybe.
Well, I
Maybe
understand.
10.
Yeah, in that area, yes, you're correct.
See, you think it's fun? I mean, do you not think it's funny that Hack Ryan's got threw out of the car that his stepson died in because like somebody cut his brakes and it happened right there below Dawn and Kansas's?
I mean, that
And she
seems
was
more of a
calling. I mean, she was
conspiracy,
even
though. If
recording. She was. I mean, she was recording that shit as they were cutting the car out and getting Hack and his stepson out of the car and stuff. She recorded every bit of that.
it's a lot of moving pieces, it's a lot of moving pieces, and
And then, like, I had to keep moving and lay low and go underneath the radar for so long because I had people showing up in the field in the middle of the night where I was at and going climbing up trees and looking for me after I started talking to PG. And then I had Jamie Cox that was running around right there with me, and I didn't even know he was a part of this case.
Now, see, now, Jamie Cox. You mentioned Jamie Cox. Now, Jamie Cox is, let's just say, is it his sister? Pretty much, their family are the ones that seen Candus and Summer on the day that Summer went missing on June 15th, 2021, at the
Okay, and
Kingsport Aquatic Center. Is that correct?
I don't know if they seen him at the Aquatic Center, but I know that, Fred Hill went and got Laura from there, sold a motorcycle to him at West Side Inn. The
Okay, so
part that was of our friend, Emily got that one dude called set up supposedly.
okay, you broke up just a little tiny bit there.
Okay, and I think it's on Ernie. I don't even know if it's on Ernie's, but I think it's on Ernie's when, or no, it might have been on. She posted a picture with the dude in the set of handcuffs, the wheel boxes, and Emily got him.
Ernie, do you know what time
go
at the
ahead, bro.
aquatic center? Do you know about what time that she was seen at the aquatic center?
So
Some people
our
said that she was seen at the hole in the wall. Somebody said that she was seen at the hole in the wall. It's with the missing time that she called me at 6:30 that she was supposed to be calling the police when she called Dawn because she was meeting Fred there.
I'm hearing between 12:15 and 1 p.m.
Okay, 12:15, 1 p.m. My question is, why would she call anybody before she called the police? I can understand maybe calling Don.
Why did she
but
leave? Why did she leave her home at 4:37? Called me, the police, and leave her home at 4 or 5 o'clock and go meet
Hey,
Sullivan
well,
Gardens and then go back to the police.
Is she breaking up for you,
Why would that
Dolly?
happen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Marlena, are you moving around or something? Are
Sorry.
you walking around? Just if you can, if you could
Yeah.
just sit still, because we couldn't hear a damn thing you said for the last 30 seconds or 40.
Okay, well, why would she call me at 4:37, go all the way to Sullivan Gardens, meet Fred at the Zoomers and the Arby's, and then go all the way back home, call Dawn and call the police and say her daughter's missing?
Well, she went to Allie's before she even did that because she would have had to drop Hunter off.
Okay. Well, she
Which I never
supposedly dropped
believed.
Hunter off. I think, well, you know, that's like I was telling Ernie earlier. She asked me about a question about doing somebody under the age of 18.
She did say something to you. I was going to ask you, did you ever have any conversations with her? Because I not only heard that, but I've heard Candus likes a lot of young guys, not just Hunter, but there was another young boy that Candus had a thing for too.
Right across the road. Down
Yep, I heard
Baldwin
that.
Hill.
Yep, exactly. I was getting ready to say he's in the holler there. He was underage. We found that out, and that was actually. Let me see if I can put this out here. Hold on. Let me get my note here. Let me make sure I can put this out because this did get turned into police.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that from one of Candus's really, really close friends that there was another boy.
So Dolly, we turned in about 6 different phone calls and audio videos that nobody knows about of Candus Wells to the TBI. That's all I'm going to say about on that. And that's recently, literally.
Yeah. You know, I've had many a conversation behind the scenes with talking to her while she's a little twisted, you know, and always thinking that, you know, maybe there'll be some slippage or she'll say something that really stands out to me. And she said one thing, and she was talking about regrets, and she said, I regret letting Summer play behind that truck.
Bingo.
Right. And I was like, and then she just kind of caught herself and she didn't say nothing else about it. And I was trying to, because PJ was talking to her. So I'm whispering to PJ, trying to feed PJ the questions I want her to ask her. And, but that was always one thing that really, really stood out to me. And she was crying because she was drunk. And you know how people get all emotional when they're drunk, and she's like a super emotional drunk, and she's kind of crying and talking, and she's just talking about life regrets, and she's like, I just always regret Summer playing behind that truck.
Do you remember they had to replace the tailgate, Dolly?
Now I don't remember the tailgate, but I started thinking to myself, well, what trucks are there? There's that truck that was parked in front of Grandis's camper. And then it was funny because when I was walking the yard with Don Wells, he walked me right to that truck. And, you know, just in general, it's like we walked up to this truck. And when I was standing beside the truck, there's a fucking drop off, like a 20-foot drop off down the side of the damn hill. And I was thinking, man, if a kid fell down there, it might kill you. It might hurt. You know what I'm saying? It would be bad. It wouldn't be good, even as an adult, if you fell down it.
You're talking about that drop off that's over there.
To the right of it's to the right of the house. It's where Grandis had her camper, but farther up the hill to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's cut out in the road, and it's just a drop straight down.
It's a fucking major drop straight down. It's right before you would go around a little bit and then go down to where the shed is.
Great show.
Are you talking about
smiley face emoji?
Are you talking about behind the camper?
Yeah, it's like where the camper would have been, but farther up to the right. It's a lot steeper drop off.
But on that side where that camper ain't nothing but a drop off, straight a drop off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I was thinking to myself, I hope Don don't push me off this bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was thinking. Because I didn't really trust.
I don't know how many times they got drunk and somebody fell and rode off of that hill and stuck
I
got to the bottom.
I want to make a statement to the chat. We did confirm about the dogs. They were not cadaver dogs the first day. So scent dogs is what they had until they had to call in for extra reinforcements. And then they had cadaver dogs.
But
But
from
the
my
first day, they didn't.
from my understanding,
Hey,
the
let me ask
scent
you a
dogs didn't hit
question.
on nothing. It's Don and Candace that said that they hit on the dog trail. But according to
No,
law enforcement
Ronnie Lawson made a statement that the dogs lost the scent at the road.
at the road.
If you go back and look at the news articles, Ronnie Lawson made a statement on the news channel that the scent dogs lost the scent at the bottom of the road. He didn't say we're at the bottom of the road. He just said they lost the scent before it hit the pavement.
Yeah, I think you're right. You are right. I think I do remember hearing that now that it lost it at the road. But if Summer was
But here's
running
the
up and
thing: they
down,
could have took a piece of clothing and they could have took a piece of clothing and went down through there and rubbed, Summer's
but
scent
Summer's
down that way.
scent should have been all over that hall.
Well, here's something else too.
Up and
You have
down
to,
playing.
let's take in consideration what they did use. They used a sock from the dirty clothes. They had a sock that they had used, that they had took. They did not verify. They did not check it twice about who the sock belonged to. We don't know if the sock belonged to Summer or the boys, and that's the thing.
Yeah, and though them kids brought. When she walked down to meet Jody Sue or any of that, Summer's scent's going to be all over that hill anyway. Just like Dolly said, that Summer's scent should be all over that hill.
And another thing is why wasn't she wearing the clothes that? How did the clothes get? At what point did they change her clothes? Because the tracksuit is in the memorial box, and the bathing suit is in the memorial box. When did they change her clothes?
See, I didn't know that they changed her clothes.
Yeah, she wasn't. She didn't go missing in the clothes that's in the picture of the milk jug. She wasn't wearing that. They have those clothes. She was wearing.
Let me make that clear too. Everybody said that I took that picture. I did not take that picture. I never took that picture.
And then the video clip I always found odd because why would you videotape your sleeping kid? And she was like, oh, she's sleeping like Dawn. And it just seemed odd, like really, really odd of that video clip in the car.
I want to know why I want to know why she's dancing in front of a barrel it said for sale and in the rain.
Yeah, that's bizarre too. But I was thinking, well, at what point? Because Candus never said she changed her clothes.
Now, this is a question for you all. Y'all was up there. Was y'all up there right after she went missing? Was that barrel still sitting there, or was that barrel gone?
No, I wasn't there when she first went missing. I wasn't up there till probably a year and a half later. So
I was up there about 4 months, 5 months after she went missing, I think.
Yes.
And, there was no barrel there. I didn't see the barrel.
Yeah, everything had changed by the time I got on the scene.
Okay,
I had
where
went
did that
there,
barrel
but
go?
I had went there, but I wasn't in communication with Don and Candus when I first went down there looking around. And then later on,
So
I was
Ernie,
down
do you
there.
know that if that barrel was like, did the police take that barrel, or did they get rid of that barrel, or did Dawn get rid of that barrel, or Candus get rid of that, or Grandma get rid of that barrel, or did they have somebody to take it off? Maybe Fred got rid of it. Where did that barrel go?
I think the story goes that Don had to have some barrels or something like that he used. I don't know. I remember something about it,
And
but I don't remember
fridge
exactly.
and the couch. Because a lot of people believe that she went up out of there in a couch, that couch was missing around the same time that Summer went missing.
So Marlena, let me ask you a question about Ricky Crawford. Is that okay?
That's my brother.
That is your brother.
Sure it is.
There was a mattress that was found outside his house where it was roped off. The TBI had investigated, took DNA samples from that mattress. That was right there on the road there, right a little bit. I don't know if it's in front of his house or behind his, or after you pass his house a little bit. But I do know it was roped off by the TBI. They had significance in there to take DNA from that. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
My brother didn't live in that house when Summer went missing.
Okay.
That
What
mattress
about?
was already
Go ahead.
there and old. It wasn't even my brother or anybody's mattress that belonged to us. That mattress was already there in that house when my brother and my sister-in-law moved into that house.
Okay, so now you're
And they
saying
had to
that,
keep it
the
outside.
mattress is in. Whoa! You're saying okay, so they had to put the mattress outside.
Yeah, that mattress wasn't theirs. They didn't even live in that holler when Summer went missing.
Okay,
We
okay,
lived in
okay.
we lived in Bayleton in a trailer park that my daddy run when Summer went missing.
So basically, they
Okay.
moved into the house and then threw some of the stuff outside of the house.
Well, I got another question. Did your brother end up painting? Let me say, was that okay? So, in our understanding, in the vehicles that we found, we did find the YHHR that Fred had mentioned that he never hardly seen in the, that was on the Simpson Loop and all that. We did find that. We did track that video or that vehicle down. And what was funny about it is our understanding is it's from your baby daddy's HHR, and he painted it blue, the bottom of it blue with a hand brush. Is that true?
I don't know. Me and my baby daddy ain't been together in 2.5 years. He got remarried to another girl.
But did he have a white HHR?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in 2 years.
Well, I'm talking about when Summer went missing. Was there a white
No, he
HHR?
didn't have that. When Summer
Okay.
went missing, I had a white Altima.
Okay. Yeah, and that
And
was
my
mentioned
dad
too.
I had a white Altima that was the transmission was out of it. And I couldn't go nowhere. That's why Candus came and picked up Journey that week to take her to the water park and stuff.
Okay, so who had the white HHR that was around your family people? It was mentioned earlier, I think. Who was it? You said something they had a white HHR or something.
A white HHR? No, I didn't. I said a white Altima.
Okay.
But the white HHR, if he got it, then I'm not saying that he didn't drive it. I ain't saying that he did. I'm just saying that
Well,
I
there's well, the
only been
reason I said
around
that
him in
because we pulled.
2 years, and he got remarried to another girl that he got
Mhm.
busted with stealing trailers in Greenville, and I haven't talked to him since he got married behind my back.
Okay,
After
so
I was with him for 14 years and had multiple abuse from him, narcissistic, all that.
now
But
Ricky had an orange or a maroon looking pickup truck, Ford pickup truck, correct? And he ended up painting it yellow. I think it was. Am I right here?
My dad had an
Okay.
orange pickup truck.
Okay, so did they hand paint it yellow with a brush or something? I heard that from the holler people up there. They get it all confused sometimes. Mom and dad, brother, sister. People get confused a lot, but these vehicles are in existence because we pulled motor vehicle reports on these vehicles. And go ahead.
Yes, my daddy's truck that was orange is now canary yellow. Yes, and that's the only part I got left of my dad.
Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing,
do you have the vehicle now in your possession?
Yeah, it's blowed
Uh,
up.
oh, the truck is blown up, but you still have the truck.
It's been blowed up for years.
Oh, okay.
My daddy's been gone 5 years, and that truck's been blowed up 4 years.
Okay.
I mean, I have nothing to hide with that. Yes, my dad bought a pickup truck. Yes, my brother drove it, but we was nowhere
Have you
near that
asked about
holler.
them getting Summer when they were supposed to get Marlena's daughter? The call you got about that spider guy?
Yeah, we talked, Scott. We talked about the spider guy. She said she doesn't know the spider guy. That the spider guy is not connected to her husband. That her husband's family is good people, and
That's my kid. That's not my husband. That's my kid's daddy.
oh, your kid's daddy.
Let's put that out
Okay.
there. That is my
Okay.
kid's father. It's not my husband.
Okay. Sorry about that. Um.
I just sit here and said he got married behind my back to another girl.
Was y'all
He
together
is
when he
not
got
my husband.
married? Was y'all like a couple and he
No.
married just some
Well,
chick behind your back?
he was in jail when he married her.
How the hell you get married
So,
in jail? Did he know her
oh,
before
they
he
let
went to
you.
jail?
They let you get married in jail. They bring you
I mean,
down from your pod. You say I do right there in front of the judge. They go back to their pod and you walk
I
out.
thought that was. I didn't think they did that. I thought that was only in prison.
No, they do it in the county jail.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I don't think they do that here where I'm at in Virginia, but I know they do it in the prison system, but not in the jail.
Dolly, brother, they do strange things in Tennessee.
I believe it. I see that.
Shut up,
You
Ernie. We
know,
can't help it that you're from Virginia.
I'm from Virginia. You know what I'm saying?
Virginia's for lovers.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
know what?
exactly.
And you know what? Every time I've ever went to Virginia, I mean, I married a guy out of Heartland, Kentucky. So I was the only girl that didn't have their same last name.
Uh, where are
You
you
do know
from?
Because in
that's where I'm
Heartland,
from, right? Harlan, Kentucky.
because
Is that where you from? That's where
well,
I thought
that's
you were
where
Yeah,
from.
that's where I was born and raised, Harlan,
okay,
Kentucky.
Ernie. Okay, Ernie, the Jacksons out that side of the family, that drag race that owns the bar and all that, that is my husband of 20 years as family.
Really?
Yes,
Okay, so
sir.
you was married at one time, and then you got up with your baby daddy, and then he
I'm
married.
still, let's put it out there like this. I'm still married. I've been married ever since '06 to my kid or to my husband out of Harlan, Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Y'all were separated, and you had a man on the
We got,
side.
yeah,
Who did you,
no,
you know,
I separated from him in 2007 and I haven't been with him since.
Gotcha. I follow you. Um,
So that's why my last name is Jackson and everybody calls me Crawford, but it's not Crawford. It is Jackson.
I mean Crawford. Would that be your maiden name?
That is my daddy's name and that is my maiden name. Yes.
Okay.
so so you've been married, so you got separated in 2007. You've been married. When did you get married again?
I got married in 2006.
And when was it? You
I got
cut
married
out
in
that second.
2002.
Oh,
I got
2006,
married in
right?
2002. Yep. As soon as I
Okay.
graduated high school.
And that's the guy from Harlan, correct?
Yeah. And I will be married to him as of October the 7th of this year, 20 years.
Wow, that's a long time to be married to somebody. Now,
Mm-hmm.
you know these vehicles
Right.
that. Go ahead.
When well, around here, when you marry somebody, we believe until death do us part.
Okay. Now these vehicles that you said you had your father's truck and it is painted canary yellow. Was there a significant reason why that the truck is painted yellow for? Was it just a color that you
Because
love? Because
it
go
was
ahead.
my daddy's favorite color. It was my daddy's favorite color.
Now this truck, did it belong to? It was in your family, and of course, when Summer went missing, and was it a maroon or an orange looking color?
We didn't get that truck until after Summer went missing.
Okay, okay. How past like if there was a timeline on this truck and where it was purchased at, would you say it was a few months after Summer went missing, or
No, do you remember when the little boy got killed? He killed his grandparent and his baby brother in
with the
Greenville.
hammer or something like that?
Yeah,
Okay, so
yep.
that boy, I watched after that boy when I was doing transporting for juvenile facility in Dandridge. I think that boy went to
And you know
Dandridge.
that, and you know that little boy that boy killed was my daughter's little friend in her class, and they was going on a field trip the next day, and his brother killed him that same night. So she lost Summer, she lost her cousins, she lost the boy that she went to school with, she lost several more after that. So my daughter has been through the ringer.
Now, a while ago, you had mentioned that that was your daddy's
That was my
truck.
daughter. That
Listen, Marlena, a while ago you had mentioned that your daddy's truck, and your daddy, you said, had been gone 5 years. That would put your daddy in the time of Summer Wells that he owned that truck. Now, was it a few months after Summer went missing that your daddy must have picked that truck up, or did he have that truck originally when Summer went missing?
He picked that truck up. Let's see, what was it? June when she went missing. He picked that truck up in November or December of that year. It was cold.
Did he loan that truck to other family members like your brother or cousins or uncles? Did he loan it to anybody else, or did he just use it
No,
himself?
my daddy drove that truck. Even Dawn bought a Ford truck off of my dad that belonged to my dead papa.
Yeah.
A Ford. What type of Ford? So when did Don buy? So I didn't know Don had a Ford truck. When was this? Was it something like around the same time period?
But the blue Ford truck that he drives.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The blue Ford truck. Okay. I got you. I'm just trying to make it clear to
Yeah, the
everybody
blue-
that.
The truck that he always drove, the blue one, the Ford F-150 or F-250, whatever it is, F-150.
So
That was my
Fred,
papa's truck that my daddy sold to him.
okay, so you heard my interview with Fred, and it's pretty long. It's probably about 2 hours long, and a lot of people
I
say
don't
it's
listen to Fred get on there to lie. I don't get on there and listen to Fred because I
I
can't
just
stand
feel
him.
like I agree with her on Fred. When he started crying with the psychic when he was on Donna Serafina, I just couldn't. I was like, dude, when he was tearing up, I was like, man, this is the fakest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, wait a minute. The black Ford Ranger that was broke down at the end of the holler that the day that Summer went missing, that was his daddy's truck. That was his truck that was broke down at the end of the holler. Why? And then he just all of a sudden started back up and he started driving it and hauling off scrap and this and that.
okay. I understand that. So we talked about this truck. I'd heard two different things.
And
If you
that
go by the
truck sits not
paperwork,
even now that truck sits not even 5 miles from my mother's house.
right. Now I had
Just
heard
broke
this.
down.
What?
I,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I heard this, Marley. Now I don't know if it's true or not, but I'd heard that this truck that we're talking about, through the paperwork of the original color, it was a maroonish looking red color. That was one thing that really stood out as we was examining some of the paperwork from the DMV when this truck really originated. I was just wondering, and I understand that your dad's favorite color was yellow, but there's something big with this because we also know in the Summer Wells case that there was a red truck like was it a Toyota Tacoma
I think it was a
or something like,
Tundra, wasn't it?
was
No,
it a Tundra or a Tacoma?
my daddy's truck is an
It might have been a Tacoma.
no, my daddy's truck is
I think it was a Tacoma.
the Tacoma. The Tacoma is what they were looking for. My
Right.
daddy's truck is a Ford F-150.
Okay. And if you look at a Tacoma, I don't know if we could pull one of them up and look at the design of it,
It don't look
the
nothing
outer
like that.
design.
Give me a second.
It's not
I
like
got
that
you.
Tacoma
Well,
because
well,
my
let's look
daddy's
at.
truck is like late 90s model. It don't look
Okay,
like that Tacoma.
so we're talking about a '90s. Okay, so we're talking about a '90s Ford pickup truck, right? '90 F-150,
It's like
and
a
then,
91, 92.
91 or 92. Dolly, let's pull up a maroon or red looking, 91, 92 looking Ford pickup truck, and then let's put up a Tacoma, just a Tacoma looking color truck of a
Honey, are you
model.
saying that I'm blind that my daddy's truck was in that holler?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking a question. I'm just trying to put things together. You see, we have to take everything. You can't just take what everybody says. You got to take everything, and then you got to find the inconsistencies of what people are saying in order to do any kind of investigation throughout. That's the way we do this. Now, I'm not saying you're lying or nothing, and no, I understand that. That's your dad's favorite color, and
This
you're
is never
keeping
been
us up.
released. I'm fixing to release this because this is something that I've never told anybody. I've not even told no
Okay.
YouTubers. My daughter said there was a red Chevy truck, And the only person that was driving the red Chevy truck is one that was in the ditch, and that was Tony Hammonds.
Okay, so
My
now you
daughter said
brought up
there was a
Tony Hammonds.
creepy dude. There was
Okay,
a
so
creepy dude in a red Chevrolet truck with long hair that would fit
Mhm.
Tony Hammonds to a T.
okay, so now you're putting your now hold on a minute. You're putting your daughter in the time of placement that Summer went missing in the hollow here.
Oh,
How would she know that
this,
there's a red
no,
truck?
listen, this was the time that she was there. She seen the creepy man in the red truck while she was there because he would drive real slow in the holler that she could see from the top of the
Okay,
hill.
How old is your daughter now?
so
How old is
now
your
we're
daughter
looking
right
at
now?
what time?
What? Sorry, you cut out.
Go ahead, Ernie.
He was asking you how old your daughter is now. What is she? Probably
My
12,
daughter
11 or
is
something like that?
actually
Or I don't know.
she's actually 12 years old right now.
And does she remember the holler pretty good from 5 years ago?
Yeah, her story's always been the same.
Okay. All right. That she's seen a
And
creepy
I just
man
told
in
you
a
all
red
something that
truck.
I haven't told, but this is something I have told you all that I have not told, not PG, not Crystal, not Lips. I haven't told anybody this. But
Let me
you.
ask you this: Why would you keep that to yourself? If it's significant, why
I mean,
would
I
you?
told the police that.
Okay, so
I mean, my daughter
Dolly,
told the police that, but I'm saying I haven't
Dolly,
told no YouTuber that.
Yeah.
Dolly,
Okay.
Ellie's in chat.
Okay. Who's in
E-
chat?
Ellie,
Who's
Okay.
Ellie's
Ellie?
in chat. Now, Ellie pretty much just said that ain't her daddy's truck. You had mentioned that it was Hammond. It was. Is she kin to Hammonds or something like that?
I guess
Ellie's in chat.
her dad. I guess her daddy and her uncle didn't try to go kidnap that boy that was all over the news either, right?
Oh, it's
Well,
getting
I mean,
real
I
now.
don't,
It's getting real now.
I don't know, Dolly. Dolly, I'm blaming
Pull it
this on
up.
you. This is on you. I don't give a
Dolly,
damn.
go ahead.
I'll
Dolly,
take
go
the
ahead
blame.
and pull it up. Dolly, go ahead and pull it up.
This is
June the 19th, the 20th, or something like that. Just go ahead and type in Tony Hammonds, and it'll pop up when he was trying to steal that little young boy from Shelby Street in Kingsport. It's on the news feed.
so.
How do you spell his last name? How you spell his last name?
Ellie is Fred's sister. Ellie is
AJ
Fred's sister. That's Karen. She's in chat.
MON.
You know, Dolly, I think you should change the
I
name
don't
of this
believe anything
show.
she says either.
I think you should change the name of this show to Dolly Vision Host Unlock Your Reality. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Tonight, I think my reality's got unlocked, along with about 2,000 more people in your chat.
Well, we're hearing things we haven't heard before in this, which is it always when you hear new things, it's always going to make you think, and every little thing that comes out is a puzzle piece.
I'm glad that I can give y'all the views.
It's
Because everybody wants to know where I've been for so many
I just
years.
want you to know that I'm more worried about the answers than I am the views. I get a lot of views. This channel has over 15 million views, and that's what me took half the videos down. But
let me tell you that
appreciate you giving us the answers is what we want. So, because you know things that we don't know because you were there, and that's the important thing. And you have a lot to share. You may know things that you don't even realize you know. I'm going to hit you with the Dr. Phil. There may be some memories buried deep in your head that like the red truck that you shared tonight. There may be more of that in there that you just you haven't thought about, but you need to share it. It feels good to share.
Dolly, when I came out here, when I came out here the first time and shared stuff with Lips and all them, and then going over to PG's, I thought that she was going to do me right and me sharing. They've cut me down. They've talked about me like a dog. They have cussed me. They have put a target on my back, my daughter's back, my family's back. So the best thing I was to do is just step back and let y'all run with it.
Okay, when we understand that, a lot of YouTubers put people out in a negative light, and that's not what I don't believe that's what Dolly's trying to do, and I
No,
know that I'm not doing that to you.
I've
Uh,
never done that to you at all.
there was one thing on your old Facebook there, Marlena, that we discovered. Now this could be used different
Damn,
ways.
Ernie, I mean, do you know what size panties I wear too?
No, well, not yet. But
I'm going with
anyways,
medium.
I'm going with a I'm
Not
going with a
yet.
9 or 10, 11, 12. I don't know. We're
I
going to
don't
go
know
with some of
nothing
that. I
about.
don't know much how the hell them damn
Is
sizes
that a
go, but
size? I only know men's sizes.
Actually, I
Small,
don't wear
medium,
any.
large.
So I ain't got no size panties that I wear. I don't wear any.
Okay, so we that's TMI right there.
well, that is a little bit TMI. But I got a question to ask you on your Facebook, Aaron, and you can say if this did or not happen. But there was a post that you had made about meeting Candace Wells. You was meeting her at the dam or something, and I think this was the week before Summer went missing, and then all of a sudden it was deleted. Metadata had discovered that on we had Brian. Brian and Allie's real private investigators, and we do have those people working for us through the Roosevelt Corporation because that's who we're privately funded through.
But
And
then when,
th-
I guess
can you
the
can you tell me?
investigators that come to my dad's and talk to him and talk to me and all that was from you, huh?
No, no, no. Well, I'm not saying all that or nothing like that. I'm just talking about like, did this? Can you tell us about this post about meeting Candace at the dam? If that happened, or anything about that?
I never went and met her at no dam.
Have you
I
ever
was
been
supposed to
fishing?
go there.
Have you ever been fishing with Candace?
No,
Okay.
I was supposed to go fishing with Candus, but I never did because I
Do
think
you
that was a
do you
time that
remember where you were
Ernie got
supposed to go
sick.
fishing?
I think it's like Ernie said, we were supposed to go up there behind the ponds at the dam, and I never got up there, and I never went up there. I don't know if it's because my dad got sick and got hospitalized, or it was something major because I didn't go. And
But
usually I like to go.
Candace goes there a lot to fish.
Dolly, you're
Yeah, she goes.
crackling. You're roboting, Dolly.
Okay, give me a minute. Take over, Ernie.
But yeah, she goes up there a lot to fish.
So it's safe to say, that you was asked by Candace to come up here to this dam that's actually behind where this pond is at, and all of a sudden you had an emergency or something like that with your dad or Journey or somebody. Sorry about my miss your name, but your child had got sick or something, and you was not able to make that obligation. Is that correct?
Like I said, I was planning on going. So yes, that is correct. I was planning on going, but my dad had got hospitalized because he got spider bit and he had to be put in the hospital. And then we found out he had cancer. Then he had a PICC line put in and all kinds of stuff. So no, I didn't go. My priority was my dad.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. At the time that this, now your phone's ringing, ain't it? At the time of this happened, there, Marlena, the time this post was deleted on Facebook, someone, it had been brought to our attention about the, metadata tells about everything, but the that was deleted, and I don't know if it's happened by accident. This can happen, you clear and catch out, and all that, but it was a day after Summer went missing, our is what our reports show, that it was actually deleted. Either it was actually 18, or let's see, 9.5 hours after the day that Summer went missing. This post that we are hearing that went missing. I don't know anything about the post. I hardly know anything about the case, but yes, this was considered that it was deleted. And if you could tell us, maybe it was an accident, you deleted it, want to get some old stuff off your Facebook. I understand that. There's nothing wrong with deleting a post.
I don't even know how it got deleted. That's what I'm saying. If it got deleted, I don't even know how it got deleted. And that's the honest truth. I don't know how it got deleted.
Do I sound better yet? Can y'all hear me?
around. It sounds like you're eating barbecue chips and rattling a bag.
I don't have no clue what's going on. Give me a minute.
I mean, I
Let me
really
look at
don't
my
know.
stuff too.
I don't really know why it got deleted. Being honest and straightforward, I don't know why. It wasn't that
And
I was
again,
trying
you
to
know,
hide anything, cover it up. I mean, I don't know, because half of
right.
my shit on Facebook gets deleted. I get hacked. I get people that follow me from YouTube that tries to find me and all kinds of stuff. So my stuff is set as private. Nobody can see my stuff. Nobody can send me a friend request because of all this stuff. Because if I don't know you, you're not getting accepted to my Facebook. My freaking Snapchat, it blows up all the time because I'm on YouTube now. I mean, like last night when I got off of Crystal, I got 15 Snapchat requests.
And yeah, and you've got a separate device with you right now, correct?
A separate device? What's that mean?
Do you have a separate phone or something that was ringing a minute ago? Was that you ringing?
No, it wasn't me ringing.
Okay, it must have been Dolly. Dolly, I know I wasn't ringing. Probably Dolly. Dolly's a busy man too as well. I know I stay pretty busy, especially with this year right here. I'm telling you, it's been hell. But Marlena, I'm not trying to put you through the ringer. I want you to understand that. I would never do that, because if I put you through the ringer, I'm not going to be able to get anything anyways. And if I make a lot of people go about this the wrong way. People have been looking at the who and what happened. I'm not. I'm looking at directly where Summer. And that's what our whole investigation is right now. Our whole team, the whole people, everybody that's involved in this. And I'm telling you, we have a lot of people involved in this, and it's changing out tomorrow for phase 2. Now, I'm going to clear you off this list. That's what I want to do. And I'm glad I got to talk to you. This is, you don't understand how much this means for me to be able to get to talk to you without the interference and the gatekeepers, because we know there's a lot of gatekeepers.
You gonna still come hunt me?
No, I'm not. And I thank you for having a conversation with me. Now, let me ask you a question.
What'd you tell her you were going to hunt her down?
Ernie, make sure when you
Dolly,
come to, make sure Ernie, when you come to hunt me, make sure you bring the best dogs you got, because I'm the best coon dog in the South.
I'll give you that, because it took a little bit of run to get you. But I'm glad I got you to where I could talk to you, because hunting people is such a strong word. And yeah, we did throw Jason up against the wall, and it was a bad ordeal for him. But it was, and I seen that. I was like, wait a minute, we're doing this. We're going about this wrong.
If you would have came and found me in person, came and told me, that's what I can't stand. When somebody calls me out on Facebook or Messenger or YouTube or whatever, if you would have came and found me and talked to me respectfully and not said, well, boots is on the ground. Well, baby, I don't wear boots. I wear barefooted, because if you wear boots, they're going to hear you coming.
Right. Well, you got that. You got a point there. It's like when we hunted Andy Bernard down for 8.5 hours. I think it was 8.5 hours. And I found him by a link on his Facebook looking at the color of the desk, and I knew where he worked at. And when I walked in, I'd already told everybody in the car, I said, look, we're going to go in. I'm going to go in with the body cam on. And this guy had a camera. He's filming me the whole time I was in there. And I was like, and I knew the questions. I was like, where's Andy Bernard? I put that video out there on my YouTube, and he's like, Andy's not here. Well, for him to say and mention Andy, that's one thing. That's a verification there that he knows who I'm talking about. And for him to put a placement in there, that's another verification saying that he worked there. I also had the day before on the Facebook of Andy Bernard posted a picture of that. Brian, Allie, Allison. Hold on. Okay. Anyways, but there's another question about Andy Bernard. You had mentioned your opinion. You had an opinion on Andy Bernard a while ago. Andy Bernard started crying when I put the Summer Wells photo up. He broke. Andy broke, and he started crying. And Dolly, if you have that interview where he's on there, and it's showing his face, and he's crying. He has to go away in it. Now, what I didn't understand is, he had to bring in another position on that. And I'm not saying nothing bad about Andy, because I don't know what your what your stance and what your dealings with Andy is. I don't know your past. I don't know your history with Andy, but I would love to hear it. I'm pretty sure, Dolly, would you like to hear what she thinks about Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I met Andy. He found me in the holler when I was droning over the property. I was kind of hid up in the cut, and but I was in a Mercedes. It's hard to hide a Mercedes in the fucking holler. You know what I'm saying? So
You
they
can't
see.
go down there and be flashy shiny cars because we're going to know you're not from around here.
Well, yeah, I was in a really fancy car, and it just stuck out like a sore thumb. But I was hiding in the cut, droning over the Wells' house, and they pulled up to me, and that's the first time I met him. And when he told me he was Andy, I didn't put two and two together that that's who he was. I just thought it was another dude named
Well,
Andy for some reason. But he was with Ryan
my
Fine's
outtake
Truth.
on Andy, my outtake on Andy is, I think he knows exactly what happened, and I think he's part of covering up whatever has happened.
Well,
And
let me ask you a question. Would you be comfortable if Andy joined us?
He followed me around.
Would you be comfortable if Andy joined us on panel?
I don't want to talk to him. I don't have nothing for him.
Okay, so he followed you. Okay, I understand that. So what would give him the reason to? I mean, what was his reason for following you? I mean, what was he doing? What was his main? What was the objective there for him to follow you?
Because at that time, I think I was talking to PG. I don't trust anybody that comes out of that holler.
What was you talking to PG about?
I mean, she asked me like the same question you did. What about on Andy? I don't trust him. I think he's got something that he knows that he's not telling. And you know what? Just like Dolly said a minute ago, you know what? This is not some game. This is a missing kid. If you know something, then you need to come forward and speak the hell up, because you know what? Yeah, you might go to prison or you might do jail time or whatever, but if you know something, this is a little kid that was innocent. That had
it shouldn't take 5 years to come out with what needs to be said.
I mean, come on now, it's a baby. It is a baby. It is a kid that was innocent, purely innocent. Can't help what mom and daddy did or everybody around there. Summer was innocent. Them boys was innocent.
Amen to that.
So
I agree with that statement.
That goes for Dawn. That goes for Candus. That goes for Fred Hill. That goes for Ziggy. That goes for Laura. That goes for anybody that was in that holler that day.
When you say, and I want to correct you on that, but when you say was innocent, that's a past tense. I believe those boys are innocent, as in, and I'm not trying to be a smart ass or nothing, but
Listen, my vocabulary might mean something else to other people, but this is the way I was raised. This is the way I talk. So,
we're not far from hearing from Josie. I can guarantee you that.
I know, but I'm saying you all think that I'm saying something and I mean something else, which it's not. I'm saying exactly what you're thinking. I'm just using different words, and that's like he said, about her being unalive, dead. Okay, that's not what was or has or talk past tense.
Well, I think everybody believes that Summer's not with us anymore. I don't think anybody thinks that Summer's out there alive anywhere. So when you say Summer's gone, it to me it really don't matter, because I think we've all come to the realization that the little girl's not with us anymore. So to me, if you're speaking in past tense, I speak in Summer Wells in past tense. It's sad and heartbreaking, but I think we've accepted the fact that this ain't a regular kidnapping and they took her to, and trading her for whatever. I think Summer Wells met foul play. I always have. So I just want to throw that out there.
There's been foul play. There's been foul play, because that's what I've said since the beginning. Beach Creek did not allow kids to disappear. Community and village raising everybody else's kids. Everybody's kids hung out with everybody else's kids. Everybody's parents knew everybody else's parents. Everybody knew where their kids was, what time they was there. Even if they were up to mischief, they all knew. And then for just, out of my 40 some years that I've been on this earth, that I've lived on Beach Creek, I've never known a kid go missing. But Summer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got a
All
question.
of us, all
Everybody,
the friends.
everybody's
So
been mentioned, and you mentioned everybody, and you put other people in light and in this subject, but you haven't mentioned anything. Maybe one time about Jody Sue Brown and maybe the part that she plays, Jody Sue. I don't know if you would.
Well,
Do you think
if you
that
would go
Jody
back and
Sue?
watch
Go ahead.
some, if you go back and watch some videos, I could care less about her too. Like her either. I knew she was lying through her teeth as soon as she stepped on the news thing. Because you know what? One person can't hear a scream out of that holler and the other person can't.
Okay, that's fair to say because of the range. Again, you have to understand. There's a lot of people that's never been on the hill. They don't understand how the terrain and the system works there, and how
And
it's up in the air, literally.
I like how
Go ahead.
she, after a while, she got on her own YouTube channel and then got on there and says, I'm not protecting you, Andy Bernard, no more. You was giving them drugs up there on that hill. Bitch, you knew that he was giving them drugs up on that hill to sedate them, to fucking rape them. Bitch, it makes you a sorry piece of shit just like the rest of them.
that's what
If you
I
want my
said.
opinion, that is my
That's
opinion
exactly
on
what I
that.
said. If you knew something
You're a
bad was
sorry
happening to
bitch because he
kids,
didn't step forward and say something that he was drugging people's kids and he was fucking raping people's kids, and you knew that your boyfriend or baby daddy, whatever he is, Andy Bernard, is sitting here doing this to these kids and helping Dawn and them do this shit. You're just as low and dirty as they are.
Well, wouldn't you think that was her incriminating herself in everything, and her not even knowing what
Yeah,
the hell she was
that's
doing?
her incriminating
why didn't
herself.
she tell that to the law enforcement when
Yeah,
they were
that's
there?
yeah.
When it happened.
Why didn't she? Why didn't she step forward when that fucking happened? Why did she wait
I
till
don't
Summer
really
went missing or
believe.
something bad
I don't
happened?
really. I think Jody Sue myself is trying to be relevant, and her story changes consistently, like every time she talks. And she's like, sometimes I think she is drinking and on some prescription medications because the way she slurs so bad, like, and she's just all over the place.
And what's funny? You know what's funny out of all these cases? I mean, that's like Dawn and Candus. They've collected over $100,000 for Summer being missing. Okay, Jody Sue collected. Andy Bernard collected. Who else collected? I didn't collect. I've never collected. I've never
So
asked for
Do you
anything.
think?
Yeah, I might have
You
been
think
homeless
they've?
and I might have needed gas money or I might have needed something to eat. But that was the only time I ever asked for money. But it's funny how everybody in that holler, even Fred Hill, Dawn and Candus, Andy Bernard, and Jody Sue, and Laura, all them people has collected a lot of money just from people on YouTube feeling sorry for them and donating that stuff. Well, you know what? Where was mom and dad? Where was mommy at for her to be watching Summer? Where was
Do you
Mama at when he
do
was
you
watching
really
Summer?
think they?
I mean,
You really think they raised $100,000?
they've got over $100,000.
Dolly, very important. Dolly, very
Yeah.
important. I'm sending you something right now in Messenger,
Okay.
and notice the word $100,000. Okay,
All right. Give me a second.
I'm doing it right now. Let me find you here because I've got 1,000 people emailing me right now.
All right.
So let me know when you're ready for it.
I'm ready.
Look at that.
Why wouldn't I be telling the truth?
Have you ever seen that before?
Hold on. Give me a second. Still going over it.
Look at the date. Look at the time. It's pulled from Bank of America.
Wow.
Notice the words.
Yeah, I see the words.
$100,000.
That's crazy.
Ain't that wild, Dolly?
That is crazy. I would have never in a million years thought something like that.
Don't put that. Listen. Don't put that. Don't put that out on YouTube. That's the big
Wait a
gotcha
minute,
moment.
Wait a minute. This can't be right. Because the last
Go ahead.
zero is not even on the page.
It's
You
I mean, just
boys,
look
you
at
don't
it.
think I don't do my research
Yeah, I
either?
know. It's so listen.
Look at the bottom of it, Ernie, where it says the
I
money
know
in the
that. I
dollar.
know that. I know that. But listen, it's a term that's used. Not saying it's real, but the term that's used. Nobody knew I had that. Think about it. The players. Think about what the term and the saying. We'll talk about it after this is over, and I'll explain it more to you.
Okay, all right.
But you
All
get
right.
you get what it is, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a withdrawal slip.
Yes.
Y'all don't think I don't do my investigation either? I told you I was the best coon raised in town.
Did you say coon dog?
Yes, my daddy said that he raised the best coon female dog in the South. If she wants to know something, she will know it.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I don't know how much money possibly they could have raised. And I'm sure
But
that
won't you
a lot of
what is
people
his
did
name?
feel sorry for
Is
him.
it Elliot?
You know,
Is it Elliot? Is that not Frank? Or is that not Fred's sister? Elliot? Ain't her name Elliot?
So Ellie,
Elliot.
I guess is Karen. That is Fred's sister.
Okay.
And she had
Well,
made a
ask
few
her
statements in
why
the
Fred
chat.
had. Wait a minute. Ask her why Fred had to pay back $175,000. And where would he get
I didn't know that.
kind of money from?
Well,
Ask her
that's
where
a
he would
unique
get
one.
that kind
I
of money
mean,
from.
I heard some stuff about Candus and Fred. I wonder if that's true.
Well, I have too. And we actually can prove it. So let me ask you a
And
question while we're at it. And since
actually,
Dolly just now he just poured the meat and potatoes out on everything. Literally, Dolly.
I mean, I think that's why Ziggy got mad at me because I was saying things like that.
Elliot. Go ask Elliot or Ellie that
So-
why did she not want her name out there because she was worried about a target fee put on her back? And then go ask her why that she took Fred to James Hales to pay off a debt that was $116,000. Go ask Elliot too why she went to Jamie Cox's house after Fred got out of jail to get Laura.
No.
And then
No. I'm
then
in
go
it.
ask
Well,
your buddy Fred. Then go ask your buddy Fred why he didn't go to his own mama's funeral. He sent Chad Arnold and one of his buddies to go to make sure his mama was dead.
the what now?
Yeah. Go ask Fred
He sent his
why
friends
he
to
sent
see if his
Chad
mama was
Arnold-
dead.
Why he was sent Chad Arnold and his friend to his mama's funeral to take his place. Why wasn't he there?
Damn. I didn't really know anything about that. But why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us about Fred's sister and the 170? Was it $175,000?
I didn't know any of those people in that holler had that kind of money.
It was $175,000. Where did Fred come up with $175,000? He also owed James Light at this point in time that he went and paid him off straight off. His dad paid James Light off multiple times and pulled his ass out of trouble.
So now that you mentioned this $175,000, let's go back to Summer Wells and the $60,000.
I think your Fred Hill is your main number one player.
Okay, so Fred, we know that Fred was into some shady shit, and he got busted. And the actual person that actually busted Fred was the new sheriff coming in town. Was Scott?
Yeah,
Scott Stewart is the one who busted Fred. We talked.
Right. He's worked for the sheriff's department for the 23, 24 years. As a matter of fact, he's also did.
He's worked there for a while, and he's now getting.
Yeah, he was a jailer. He worked with Greenville. He's worked with Hawkins County. He's worked with several facilities around here. He's been in law enforcement for 23 years.
Okay, and now let me ask you a question. Now, since you know, of course, you know Don and Candus personally, and I can't just go to ask anybody this. because a lot of people don't know Don and Candus personally. But there was allegations made that these drug dealers, these people, whether they're cartel or not, they had came to Don Wells a couple of days or something before Summer had went missing, demanding their $60,000. Or is this true? I mean, some people say these even on video saying that. I don't know if this exists or not, but I'm asking you if you know anything about it. And was it $60,000 exactly?
I do not know anything about it whatsoever, but I know that that's what he had wrapped up in May. That is exactly what Candus said in May that he had racked up. It was like $60,000.
And God, that's a lot of illegal substances. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of
crack, cocaine,
yeah,
and a lot of
that's the best way to put it. That's a whole lot of crack.
And there was a whole lot of crack.
A whole lot, actually.
ATM card. They didn't take an ATM card either.
Well, wait a minute. What do you mean ATM card? What would be the use?
It went to the lot of crack. You don't get it, Ernie. You can't slide that ATM card in that crack of that girl's ass to rack up some money either. It don't shit out.
No, I understand that. I know. Yeah, I know they're not ATM spit uppers. They're ATM takers, and I understand that. But
let me tell you this, Joe. You know what the difference is between a crack dealer and a whore?
No, I really don't. Dolly probably does. What is it, Dolly?
I don't know. I go to church on Sunday.
A crack whore can wash her crack and resell it.
Okay.
And a crack dealer can't wash the crack and resell it, but she can wash her crack and resell it.
I don't know. Okay. Wow. So let me ask you. You said that Don, and this is on my live earlier. You said that Don had to have a backer of some sort or somebody to pretty much stand good for that kind of collateral for that amount of drugs, which is $60,000. And you had kind of broken down the history of what happened and how these people come out to be, and where Don actually got his back. You know, I was taking it as where Don actually got his backing to be able to push this kind of collateral debt.
Listen.
Okay,
listen. Fred owed James Light. James Light was a big man that I was always scared of. He was a womanizer. He would beat women. He would do all that. He was like a big, scary man. He was like 6'3", bald headed, a big old man. I mean, there was a lot of women that didn't trust him, didn't want to be alone with him, didn't want to even be put in his presence. Is how big of a man he was and how scary he was. I didn't like the man. Every time I seen him, I went the other way and tried to get away from him. And I've never been scared of nobody in my life. But that man, I was always scared of. He has done a lot of bad things. But the people that he was messing with, which in the Beach Creek Roundup, most of them had the cartel on his side. So if Fred was messing with James and paying James money what he owed him, okay, then after James got out of prison and lived maybe 1 or 2 months after he got out of prison. But with James being that high up and knowing other people in the player game, then Fred is the one that backed Donnie.
No, we're talking about.
I believe that.
No, we're talking about James. Now we're talking about James Light, the one that was he's 65 years old, or he was 65 years old. He was sentenced to 150 months or something in prison for conspiracies to distribute cocaine and oxycodone.
Yeah, he's also buried in the same cemetery that Don's stepdaddy and his mom is buried in.
Wow. Okay. But now James, he got possession and intent to distribute. I think it was 500 grams or more of cocaine and conspiracy to distribute and possess an intent to distribute oxycodone.
Here's my question. I got one question real quick.
Go ahead.
The next let's just say that's higher than him is Red Lawson, and Red Lawson is gone because he died in prison.
If they handed Summer over on a drug debt, that means Summer's out there alive somewhere.
Could be.
You know, what
Could be.
reason would they have to unalive her if you're going to try to make your money back like that? You know what I'm
And
saying?
you know, it's funny
She'd
that
be
Dawn
out there
said,
somewhere.
and
But there's never
you
been
know,
a sighting of Summer.
what about the little woman that was up in Indiana or somewhere said that there was a boy with a hoodie over his head and the little girl was playing in the park? It looked like Summer. Or what about the girl that called the Summer looking girl on the webcam that she was in the basement?
Oh, I remember that. But
Okay,
that
but
was a
there was a
stretch, a little bit
sighting.
of a
There
stretch.
was, yeah, but there was also a sighting in Indiana or somewhere like that. That there was a guy in the park wearing a hoodie over his head and had a little girl that almost matched Summer's exact features to a T.
Now, I will say this: in our investigation, it did turn out that we went back through Don's interviews, and there was something that did stand out to us about the possibility of Summer being alive because Don had actually referred to Summer for the first time in an interview he done. He was talking to somebody as Summer now has longer hair. He did say that, and he did state that. Um, and this is actually and I believe, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I believe law enforcement is going after this tip because they they did a roundup in the Knoxville hotel that Don Wells would go and visit, and it got hit for human trafficking. It did. It got hit
Okay,
for
well,
human
Arnie, what about the
trafficking.
family that was missing from the hotel up here that
Go ahead.
Summer or that Candus was staying with? That whole family disappeared too. The kids disappeared
I
out of that
mean,
hotel
that's
room that Candus was staying with too. Where did they go?
I don't remember any other kids. I remember Layla
She was
Santinella
staying in a
going
hotel
missing.
with a younger, I think it was a younger boy and a younger girl and her mom or something. Well, that whole family is gone now. And that's like, I don't know if Ernie caught it or not. I was on Crystal Crumbs and I was telling last year there was a goat that come to me, a goat, which is his stepfather's last name, Dawn's stepfather's last name. I ain't going to tell you what his first name is, but he had a envelope. He was supposedly taking me to Chattanooga. Had a 4 or 5 day night stay. Paid in full with his account number and this and that, but it wasn't Chattanooga. It was Georgia that he was taking me to.
okay.
Okay, I have never met this man in my life, and he planning on taking me out of town.
So let me ask you a question. This approach. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go this route. Let's go this route. Let's talk about the timeline of this man that approached you. What was the method he used? Was he on Facebook Messenger? Did he just approach you personally? I mean, was it a face to face
He
conversation or
No, these was multiple face conversations. He showed up at the place that I was staying and was tucked away from and didn't know, nobody knew that I was there but this one girl and her mom. And when they found out that I was part of the Summer Wells case and that I knew stuff, this guy shows up out of the blue.
okay? Okay, so now this guy shows up. You've never seen this guy before in your life. You don't know who this guy is. You don't know what the intentions of this guy is. What is the icebreaker? There had to be some sort of icebreaker. What did he say to you to get your attention? There had to be something that like would get your attention.
Hey,
Well,
baby.
the woman and the man, the girl wasn't home one night, and we was staying in their garage because it had a room and stuff in it. But we was staying in the garage. He came knocking on the door, said that he knew that he knew that I was part of the Summer Wells case because somebody had told him. And he wanted to know what I
Okay.
knew about it. And then the next thing I know, he had an envelope that had the hotel number, all that stuff. Like I said earlier, if I can find it, I'm going to find it. And if I can, then I will put it up. It's got, I mean, I'll send it to you. I don't care. It's got his name on it. And that'd be the only way you get his whole name. He's got his whole name on it, where he lives, the address where he did live. And right now he probably lives not even Well, he said he lived in Mohawk, but he actually lives in Kingsport, not even like 10 minutes from me. We were going to Georgia, but he told me it was Chattanooga for 4 days.
Well,
He was going down
Did
there.
he tell you
Chattanooga.
what he wanted to do?
Did
Did he tell you anything you want to do? Like, hey, I'm going to take you to Chattanooga to play, bingo with you, or I'm taking you to Chattanooga to, to be your man. I mean, how did he come off of just, hey, you're going to come with me?
He never told me what we were going to Chattanooga for.
So my investigators just looked this guy up. Does his first name start with a J?
Nope.
It ain't?
Nope.
Okay. Because, I'm not going to tell you anything on that, but go ahead and when he met you, obviously you met him, and Jody Sue Brown just went live, and now she's madder than 40 hells. But it is what Jody Sue just does.
She's ready, boy.
She's madder than hell, boys. But go ahead, continue on with this guy. Out of the blue, he shows up. Go ahead.
Her is being the truth. Anything I've ever said about her was the truth. Why didn't she turn that stuff in before Summer got missing? If she knew that he was doing that, why didn't she turn that stuff in?
Okay, so somebody just now told me that Jody Sue is saying that you that you and Don had I guess a physical relationship or something like that, and that you're not telling the truth about it. That you, well, obviously she said F Don for crack. But tell us about Jody Sue now. I mean, because I've heard so many people she's been with, and of course Andy, he said at the time that she didn't, but I know for a fact that she did because I called her in a lie one time. I knew a guy that had actually, she used to be a stripper and everything, and even after that was over, when she gained about 250 more pounds, she got with this guy. But go ahead.
My kid's dad married a stripper from the fucking Mouse's Ear. She was a stripper too. So all of them hung together.
Well, I dated one from the Mouse's Ear one time, and I didn't understand why she had American flag tattooed across her chest.
Her name wasn't Max Black, was it?
No, but it did start with an M.
Oh, well, that must have been Mindy Love.
No, I don't know about all that, but her name was Mary.
I only date church girls.
I think that's funny because you know what?
Well, I learned my lesson.
I've never done crack cocaine with, and you think I would let Dawn ever fucking touch me? Please.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. You
so
just
there was no relationship ever with you and Don Wells, is what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did he ever try?
You said you.
Did he ever try?
You said you partied with him, Owen, up there before. So I was just wondering if that party, and usually people that party.
Ernie, I didn't get that fucking drunk or that fucked up to even fuck something like that.
Okay, I understand that. And I'm not trying to be mean.
Hold on, let me ask her. Did he ever try to get up with you?
No, he ain't never tried to get up with me. My daddy would have killed him.
Oh, okay. All right.
My daddy would have fucking killed his ass. He would have never tried that shit on me. And if anybody ever tried that shit on me, my daddy would have killed him. I was the golden
So he never
child.
flirted with you or anything. It was.
I can't. No. Hell no. We can't stand each other.
Okay.
And that's even when I was up there. I mean, hey, go to Crystal Cracker. She's got the text messages from Dawn Wells talking about getting my fucking kid out of there the week that she was there, because my kid might have found out something to get my fucking kid out of there, that he wanted her to go to the fuck home. That's why.
Wait.
All right, back it up.
Back up. You just said your kid might have found out something, but you said your kid had not been there since the week before Summer went missing earlier.
Okay,
so listen, what kind of things could your kid find out about? Go ahead. Sorry about that.
When Dawn was packing her suitcase, I guess maybe he thought that she would say something, and she did say something. So that was something that was told on him. And that was the Friday morning before Summer went missing that Tuesday. because my cousin died that Wednesday. That's the day that he made Grandma's bring her home and drop her off in the driveway at the trailer park. Didn't even know if anybody was around or not to get my youngin'. He made her go home.
You had somebody reach out to you and tell you to get your kid off of Ben Hill Road. What did they give you a reason why they wanted you to get your kid off Ben Hill Road?
I didn't have nobody to reach out to tell me to get my kid off the Ben Hill. I had that Crystal's got text messages that Dawn was talking about getting my fucking kid out there, but he spoke highly of her on fucking YouTube and on whatever. He thought, he said he took care of my kid and this and that, and I lived there, and I left the day before Summer went missing and all that shit. No, I didn't. Wasn't even there.
So let me ask you a question.
Bring my daughter home.
So let me ask you a question. Your kid's not been up in with Dawn or Candus since Summer went missing, correct?
That is right, and she will not.
So what would so let me ask you a question. Why would Crystal Crime Time be texting Dawn before, and for him to be able to have text messages for her to say, I needed her to get that kid out of there? Because that would happen. Go ahead.
This was when after Summer went missing.
Okay.
That he sent the fucking messages to her. That he didn't.
So what started their conversation? Why would that happen?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Crystal.
So he just sent her text messages, and obviously, did she turn these text messages in to law enforcement or anything with that? Because it did have something to do with Dawn, and or was it something credible? What do you think?
I think she should turn it in because, if he's trying to get rid of my kid and get my kid home and all that, then there's something had to be going on before Summer went missing. So, yeah, I think she should turn them in. I think it's incredible for the police to have them. I think anything that anybody that's got proof of from Dawn, Candus, Jody Sue, Andy Bernard, Fred Hill, any of those should go straight to the police. Because mine has.
So a guy named do you know a guy named Polly?
No. Do they call him something else?
Okay, so he said a little bit.
No. Does he know me?
Okay. Well, he said to ask you this question. That's why I was asking, because I got like 1,000 messages coming through. But this is one that really stands out here, and I do appreciate you again for taking the time to answer these questions. So the question is this right here. So let me read this to you. Ask Marlena if she knows Joe Simpson from, I guess it's from the Loop. I don't know what that. Are there somebody named Joe Simpson, or I guess somebody from the Loop? I don't know. I'm not around that area and didn't study it too much. But what is that?
Is he talking about Simpson Loop, or is he talking about?
I guess that's what it is.
Tell him to be more.
It might be jury. Let me see. Hold on a minute.
Because I can't see y'all's comments. I can't see any of them. I don't even know how to get to where I can read while I'm on here.
It might be jury. He might have had a freaking mix up in the messenger here. It's Jur, I believe. Anyways,
I think we lost her.
Jesus Christ, the good stuff was getting ready to hit. Damn you, Dolly. God bless.
I didn't drop her. I think she dropped.
She did drop.
I'll repost the link for her, but I think.
Oh Lord God, got her.
I've heard some stuff tonight that I haven't heard in the a lot of craziness tonight for sure. Like
God. And I was getting ready to make a connection. Damn shit.
She was close to Don and Candus. So She may know some
Very close.
information she don't realize it, or she's not completely sharing yet, because most people share information, they're not going to share anything that makes them look bad in itself. Not that she did anything bad, but you're going to cover your own ass if you're telling on other people too at the same time. So, but is she just an innocent person that just happened to be there? And a lot of blame has been passed around between everybody on the, I think she's back, on the holler. So everybody gets their turn of being blamed. All right, we
Yeah, I
got you
believe
back
that. I
there.
believe that. I believe that, like she said in the beginning, that, there's certain things that she can talk about, certain things she can't talk about because it endangers herself, her kids, and her family. And that's not what we want to put any person in that kind of light.
Yeah, definitely not. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, she's back. She made it.
She's
Oh, there
gone.
she went again. She's gone. It's that metal plate in her head. Okay, she gotta.
It's the
You got.
Simpson loop, damn it. Just
Yeah,
calm down now, Dolly. You know good well the loop got it.
you gotta braid your hair with some aluminum foil, and you'll get better reception.
You
I'm
kind of
just
got to do like what Candus did with Benny Keys on her live, put the aluminum
Oh,
foil
remember
hat
they had the
on.
aluminum foil hats? Yeah, I thought I dreamed that. I thought I dreamt that.
No, hell
That
no.
was
That was a
that was
24-hour live stream or something. And I
yeah, that
remember
was
her with that damn thing on her head going, gang, 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 gang. You remember that
gang
shit?
gang. Good old gang gang. Yeah, a little aluminum foil in the head goes a long way. Um, I don't know. Just this is probably one of the oddest, strangest cases in true crime history. It has so many moving parts and so many different players in it that it's definitely unique. There's some characters involved for sure,
You know,
even
this,
including us.
I'll tell you what we found out so far, Dolly. This thing revolves around incest. It revolves around human trafficking. It revolves around drugs. It also,
Definitely around, definitely around the drugs. I
yes.
think that is the key factor to all of it. I think that's all of them's connection together too, is the drugs.
And
That's
I
what
mean,
they all have in common.
it's literally it's so many family ties, and
I mean,
it's hard.
it's that element when you're involved in that type of lifestyle, bad things come with it. Good people are usually not the ones out, you know, doing those things. It's going to be, bad people that tend to go that path. And then when you got all these bad people, bad things can happen. All
Well,
right, she is back.
thank God. Hey, Marlena,
Yeah.
Okay. Are you standing still?
if you want to
Sorry,
continue about,
I got kicked off.
You got to do this like green light, red light. You at the red light. You got to freeze, okay, and just stay on the phone.
yeah. So we was talking about Jerry. We was talking about Jerry Simpson, and Jerry pretty well. I think the question was, and I thought it was Joe at first, and I didn't look at it right. I had to pull it down. Like it says more, and you got to pull it down to see the rest of it. But I guess it was Jerry Simpson or something like that was mentioned about Jerry Simpson, and
Are you talking about
I guess
Baby Joe Simpson's brother, Jerry Simpson, the big dude, Jerry Simpson?
I never studied the case. I don't know much about Betty Joe.
Betty Joe was the one with Donald Bernard.
Okay, so what would that have anything to do with Summer though?
Oh, I mean, the only Jerry Simpson I know lives on the mountain, and that's the only one I know. I don't know the one that lives around, and the other one's been dead for years.
Okay, so he's involved. So is
I
he
don't know how many
involved in a
people I
lot
don't know.
of misdealing?
No, I mean, the Jerry Simpson I know has never been involved any close to Summer or anything like that.
So can I play something to you and you answer this question for me?
Are you playing
Is it
dead
okay,
again?
Dolly?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no,
Go ahead.
no. It ain't got. It ain't you. It's something that That was it was one of my interviews. It was a part of my interview, and it's something someone had said, and that was asked about you. So I'm gonna
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna play this
if
right
it's
here for a
something that
second.
I can answer, if it's something I can answer, I will answer it. If not, then I won't answer it.
And again, please don't take this to heart because I don't want you to. It's just a question that was asked to one of the people that I interviewed. So here we go. Okay,
Okay.
so we're gonna play it. Let me get it on here. Hold on one second. Take me a second. You know how I am. I'm clumsy with this shit. Hell. Okay, so here we go.
I guess that jail time made you
Fred,
like
I've heard,
algorithm,
and I
huh?
don't mean to throw some accusations out there because I know, it's not really been able to prove it. But talking with people in Kingsport about Marlena Crawford, a lot of people says that she's into the prostitution world and that she does things for drugs and drug money and all that. However, I don't know because I haven't got to talk to Marlena. But
Well,
have you heard that? Have you heard anything like that? Okay, so that was a question, and here's the answer that we received on this, Marlena. You see, Jamie Cox is one of the second to the last place. I stopped on the 15th after Summer went missing. I think it was like around 6 or so. I got the Jamie's. Then the last place I stopped before I got to Ben Hill was on Lone Star at Brandon Clark and them before going on to Ben Hill. And the first place I found out about Summer missing was about a half a mile before you get to Ben Hill on the right, as going back towards Ben Hill from Kingsport. There was a girl flagged me down. They was standing out in the road and told me that Summer was missing at that time. I think it was the people that lives there at the driveway that they stopped me at was and told me about Summer being missing at that time to be careful of buying drugs on me was Ricky Mendenhall's driveway. Now wait a minute before
Is that Fred
before
Hill?
that is Fred. Now listen to what else he says here. This is regarding Marlena. This is regarding Marlena. That was the first thing. He didn't get the answer real quick like in with that. So after I asked that question, he says it. This is what he says about you, Marlena, when I asked him the question about the prostitution thing. So let's listen to this. I was right about that. And that's Marlena's exact words. I don't think she tells anything if you see her in person. So you can see that he says that you brag about that. So he says that you brag about being that you sell yourself to other people for drugs and all that. Is that true? And I understand addiction and what you've probably been through. So I'd like to hear it from you, O.
I have never sold my ass to get high. I've never sold my ass to anybody whatsoever to get money or anything else. I've never have.
Not even at the chicken fights, right? Not at the chicken fights that you attend.
No, my daddy only would let me stay 5 or 6 minutes at the most and
I
would
think
send
never
me
means
home.
never.
And then when my daddy was
Yeah, I mean, I would too, but I've heard some things.
Well, I'm just going to tell you this, Ernie.
Okay,
The
I
years that
mean,
my daddy fit chickens,
go ahead.
the years that my daddy fit chickens, I was underage. I was under the age of 15. And my daddy would
Okay.
swear
That's
nobody
legal
would have them.
marriage age in the holler, ain't it?
Yeah, okay.
I
My
think it's
daddy
like
would
more
not.
like 12 or 13 there,
I'm
Dolly. Hell.
playing. I'm playing. Don't
You
listen
know,
to me.
But
if we're going
my
to do the
dad,
Ben Hill thing, go ahead.
my daddy would not even let one of them look at me sideways. And I wasn't there long enough to do anything. If I rode a four-wheeler to that holler to see my dad, it was because my mom needed to tell him something, and then I was out of there. I've never told my. See, this is
So
why. This right here is why Fred
you
Hill
party, but
shouldn't even listen to.
you didn't do all those things they're accusing you of to get a buzz, basically.
No, never. I've never
Yeah.
had. You know what? I'm dangerously beautiful. I don't have to sell my ass to get high if I wanted to.
Did you say dangerously beautiful?
That just
Dangerously
scared
beautiful.
40
I'm
hells right out.
dangerously beautiful.
Well, that just scared 40 hells right out of me. Can you explain dangerously? Because it seems like this whole goddamn Beach Creek area is dangerous, literally.
Yeah, you better watch who you pull in driveways, and you better watch who you get out and knock on doors too, because it is dangerous down there.
Well, it kind of reminds me of Harlan County, Kentucky, bloody Harlan. And,
It
you know,
does.
I don't
And you
like,
know what? And you know what, Ernie? I'm well known over there because of my last name. Who my last name is? Who was over there that runs the bar? Who's over there that does the drag racing? Who's over there that does everything? It's mostly the Jacksons.
well, it sounds like you're well connected there, Marlena, to be honest with you. And, I know how these politics work in these little small towns, and damn well, they've got their hand in all the damn cookie jars, if you ask me.
Yeah,
Well,
everybody's connected.
they
That's what
ain't
I
nobody
found out tonight.
there ain't nobody puts their hands in my cookie jar.
Because you're dangerously beautiful, right?
I am who I am, and I'm to the core, and most people can't stand me because of who I am. So therefore, most people won't even, most men don't even look at me like that, because I'm like the bitch that says, who the fuck you look at? You better take your eyes on somewhere else and don't be talking outside of your neck to me. I mean, come on now. You know how you come at me on crystals and was saying stuff, and you know what? I fired right back because I'm that person. I will tell you what is on my mind. At the time it's on my mind. My mouth does not have a filter, and my brain doesn't tell my mouth to watch my mouth, because I say what I think and do what I say.
You did fire back on me, and one of the questions, and I'm glad you answered, was the 4:37 p.m. phone call with you and Candus, and how Candus acted. And you said that Candus acted like nothing really ever happened, but she did say that Summer had went missing.
That
Uh,
is insane.
that was
Proud
wild.
ones over here
That
talking
got me.
about you, Ernie.
And that's fine. I'm used to everybody talking about me. But
Me too.
you also admitted that, this phone call lasted about 10 minutes, and there's a missing child that's during this area. So during this hour and a half break we have now, from 4:37 to 6:30, or from 6 o'clock, she calls Don Wells. But if we do the 4:37 to 6:30 when law enforcement was actually called, you then have 2 hours that nobody has accounted for. What do you think
Exactly
Candace
right.
did
When
with all
everybody's
that?
trying,
Those
Marlena,
two
I
hours?
got
when
one
you know
important
that
question. I got one
with
important
everybody trying
question.
to figure out what these timelines that I watch on YouTube, because I do get on here and I watch the timelines, and when I do watch the timelines, I'm like, that's not right. That's not right. They got it all wrong. That's not right.
I got one super important question. This may be the most important question of the night. Okay. You say you're dangerously
Okay.
beautiful. Do you have a mullet?
Do I have a mullet? No. Why?
I'm just curious. You said you were dangerously beautiful. There's nothing more
Well, I'm
sexy
that
than a
girl
good
that can
old
do about.
Tennessee mullet.
I'm that girl that can about do anything. I can ride horses. I can ride motorcycles. I can put a baby on my hip and fight a grown man at 6'3". I mean, I could do all that.
Okay. All right. But no mullet.
I have no mullet. I
It sounds
promise.
like she's just dangerous, guys.
Hey, have you ever thought about getting a mullet?
No.
Okay. Let's check.
The guy that emailed me a minute ago, he said, Ernie, just have her cam up and you'll see how dangerous she really is.
Have you ever touched Candus's mullet?
No. And you know what? I was lesbian back in the day, and you know what? Doc bitches is not my top. I want to go. It's got some curves, and long hair,
She let me touch the mullet.
Did she?
Yeah, she asked me. She said, "You want to touch the mullet?" And I was like,
I touched it and rubbed through it. And it felt like 40 porcupine needles went through my thing.
I got superpowers. I'm like Spider-Man now.
Are you?
It gave me like Joe Dirt powers.
Well, you know what? Joe Dirt was fucking his own cousin, so you know. Or his sister.
So I got a question. I got another question, Marlena. So Jody Sue told me, she says, Ernie, when you mention Knoxville, what do you mean Knoxville? Which Knoxville are you talking about? As in, there were two different locations of Knoxville. I know that, but she was referring to another Knoxville. Is she talking about Cherry? Go ahead.
You know that there's two different Beach Creeks too. There's 3 different Greenvilles. There's 4 different Rogersvilles. There's another one. I think there's a Greenville, North Carolina. There's a Greenville here. There's a Greenville in Pennsylvania. There's a South Carolina. There's a Knoxville here. There's a Knoxville somewhere else. There's all kinds. And that's like some girl got on the Beach Creek community page today, and that was this Beach Creek, Pennsylvania, that we was talking about.
Now let me ask you a question. Now, you don't live in Beach Creek anymore now. I mean, you're not around Beach Creek. What, but you still keep up with the Beach Creek community on Facebook, correct?
I do.
And
I don't live far from Beach Creek, probably like 7 minutes, because that's where my daughter resides.
Okay, I understand that.
We got her now, Ernie.
No, man, I don't want to.
We got her. You're done. You're cooked.
He better take them boots off before he figures out he's coming to get me in the dark.
We done got that. We done got that coon hound. We got her.
Oh my Lord, Dolly! You just killed my whole train of thought when you said that.
Dolly, it was funny because he said his thing says boots on the ground, and I was like, does he not know boots makes noise? He ain't gonna sneak up on no damn body with boots on the ground with boots on.
I wear Nikes. I got damn Air Jordans on. I'm gonna float to you.
I don't know about sneaking up on, but we kicked that damn door down. It was soon Jason was told him. He was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
You know what, honey? You wear your iron Nikes. You wear your iron Nikes, and he'll wear his boots. And I go barefoot about 90% of the time. So you know what? They're going to hear you coming and him, but they ain't going to hear me coming around the corner.
Right.
You ain't got a mullet, but you got black ass feet.
My feet ain't black. My feet are pretty.
You said you walk around barefoot all the time.
Yeah, you don't think I don't wash my feet? I don't walk around like Candus and have friggin', sandals with her feet never friggin' washed. I do wash my feet every night before I go to bed. They ain't black when I go to sleep.
Oh,
and most of the time they're not black until I go outside and I have to chase somebody down or I have to say something to somebody.
I'm just messing with you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry.
I mean, I honestly believe that.
I'm a beach girl.
Let me ask you a question. A while ago, Marlene, I might have misunderstood this and everything. You said that the day that Summer went missing, that your daughter, that your daughter was. Can you go over that with what you said a while ago? And I might have misunderstood it. I didn't say she was there at the place or nothing, but you said that somebody had to come get her or something like that. Or did you mention that a while ago or something? Can you?
No.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Dawn made Candus's mom, Grandma's, drop her off where we lived in Bayleton at the time when Summer went missing. Had her mama drop her off in the trailer park we lived in and didn't look around to see if anybody was home, if anybody was up. She just dropped her off in the driveway and backed out. And that was in her Silverado that she drove all the time.
So, can you give us a time period of when she dropped your daughter off in
It
no
was
man's land in this
9:30.
trailer park?
It
Go
was
ahead.
9:30 something to 10 that morning
Is
on
that
Friday morning.
okay? So on that Friday morning, that weekend, so it was actually a few days before Summer went missing. They dropped your daughter off in a trailer park without anybody knowing that she was even being dropped off. Is that correct?
Right. Candus didn't call and tell me that she was on her way home. Nobody texted me. Nobody called me. Nothing. My daughter walked up the hill where my trailer was and came through the door and said, "Mommy, I'm home." Then I started
Okay.
asking questions.
Did they watch her walk up to the house, or they just drop off
No,
and pull off?
she dropped her off and pulled out the driveway. That's why I said they were careless.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, what I
Because if
don't understand.
you're going to take a kid home, ain't you going to make sure somebody comes to the door, or somebody opens the door, or somebody, is there to make sure she gets in and be safe and not just drop her off and pull out?
Do you believe she was drinking with Hunter that day at the lake?
Yeah, I do believe that.
Because I know she likes to drink, and it'd be weird if you're a drinker and somebody's drinking in front of you, but you're not drinking. That don't make a lot of sense.
And why was she over at the van with her mom and smoking pot with him while Summer was in the water by herself, and she wasn't even old enough to swim or didn't even have no floaties on or nothing?
Wait a minute. You just now mentioned van, that she was in a van. I thought they was in her truck, the Silverado. Did you catch that, Dolly?
Yeah.
You just
Well,
mentioned that they was
you
in
know
a
what?
van. So tell me about this.
I
I'm not
got
saying you're apart,
I
but
got
go ahead.
told that I got told they was in the red van.
Red van. Wow.
The red big
Okay.
van that's up there on the hill that was up there for a minute, that she used to drive before she got her little Subaru, for her to be on good behavior and to behave right and do what Don said.
So now this changes.
And
Now if
take
this
it
is true,
away.
if this is true, let's just say this. If this is true and there is a van involved now,
That
this
can't be
changes
true.
everything else. So Dolly,
It can't be
go
true,
ahead.
though. I
Ernie,
can
I
tell you
thought
why
you
it
had
can't be
every video.
true. The reason why is FBI confirmed the last known sighting of Summer Wells was at the Sonic, and if she would have been in a van, that would have been contradictory to what Don and Candus said. So they left at Walgreens and went over to that Sonic. That Sonic has a camera on it because I was there, and that was the last proof of life that Summer had, is at that Sonic.
Okay,
So
said the Sonic, right? No, they went to the Priceless, where there's no cameras in the parking lot, and the only cameras that's in Priceless is when you walk through the door. That was the last place that Summer was seen.
according to FBI, the last proof of life where they could determine that Summer was alive was at the Sonic after they left the Walgreens picking up Grandis's medicine. Because they went to the hippie hut, they went to the damn lake, they left the lake, they went to
So
Walgreens,
she went
and then they
also and
left
bought Hunter
Walgreens,
some.
went to Sonic and got the slushies. Then they went to the grocery store, and that's where Hunter allegedly sat in the car with her. And then they left the grocery store and allegedly took Hunter home. But I don't believe that. I think Hunter went back to the hill, and she left and then took Hunter back. Something transpired in all of
Okay,
that.
so that's where the van comes into play, because Hunter, when she took the vehicle back, she went and got the van.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
So let me ask you a
Because
question.
the van was in play.
Okay,
There was
so let's
nothing
say
wrong
that.
with that van. That van was in play.
Okay, so let's do this right here. So obviously you was not there, correct?
I wasn't there. I wasn't
Okay,
never there.
so where are you hearing that this van is in play? Who has told you this? How are you getting this information that obviously I've never heard of before, and Dolly hasn't either?
Well, you know, I told just sit here and told you I was the best coon dog in the South. If I wanted to know something, I'd find it out.
Okay,
Y'all got
so
y'all something, I got mine.
okay, so
So
okay, so go ahead, Dolly.
I got another question. Okay, so at some point you had a falling out with Candus. Okay, before Summer goes missing. But then why would Candus call you when Summer went missing? Did she think you may have took Summer?
No, Candace called me because, um, you know, at that time we was on good terms.
Yeah, we're still on good terms.
We was still on good terms when Summer went missing.
Okay, when did
And
y'all not become?
I had talked to Candace 2 days after that because I was coming to be part of the search party, and I was actually supposed to get a ride to get over there that night to help her look for Summer. And she told me no, that the police wasn't letting nobody on the outsiders, let any outsiders, not even her, look for her daughter.
Okay, and then where did you and Candace go south from there? Like, what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
Um, well, let's see, because she started acting kind of funny. She wouldn't answer
Mm-hmm.
the phone when I called. Um, she act like I knew that she had her daughter missing, so I really didn't pay much attention to that. And then Dawn told me to quit calling her fucking phone, that he didn't need my fucking help.
Okay, I can believe that. That sounds about like Don
Um,
Wells.
uh-huh. He told me not to fucking worry about it. And then the next thing I know is the police shows up on my door, like I said, and they're asking me questions. Because Dawn said I was the one that took her. There is no way, like I said, I was struggling as it was to take care of what I needed to take care of, my dad, my kid, having problems with my old man, and all that. So why would I take your kid, Dawn?
But do you think he was looking for somebody to blame it on, or do you think he really believes you had something to do
He's
with it?
been looking for somebody to blame it on since it started. He has been looking for somebody to pin it on ever since he started. It went me, it went my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, everybody, my brother. I mean, everybody's run through the mud, we've all been out here, and my family on this side of the line. I ain't counting Fred and all them on the side. My dad and everybody. When my dad was alive, he talks private investigators. My dad told the truth to everybody. My daddy didn't have nothing to lie. And my daddy always said, if you didn't have your word, you didn't have shit in this world. And I don't believe in sugarcoating nothing because I'm not Willy Wonka.
Well, that is true. You don't have your word, you ain't really got nothing. That's really all you got in this world.
You
So
know
you
that
better.
that's pretty much that is true. That is true. You know, one of the things, Dolly, that really gets me. Who is that?
I think it was just looping in the background.
Lord God, I hope not. Is it looping?
That's
No. Okay.
brother.
So one of the things that gets me. Go ahead. Go ahead, there, Marlena.
I was just saying that was my brother in the background talking about the Dawn and them blaming everybody but their self. They're
Oh, your
not
brother. Your
they're
brother's in the
not
background.
No, I didn't know it. I didn't put nothing out there like that. Candace walked not even
What did he
creek, which
say?
my oldest.
Did your brother just say? Did you put something out there that you didn't supposed to down the road there, or something like that?
No, that is not what he said. He said,
Okay, just making sure.
Did I tell you all that Candace walked up the road up Beach Creek to my brother's house, my oldest brother's house, to see if she could see my daughter, and my brothers put her ass back down the road.
And when was that?
It was about 2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Huh?
Hmm?
Wow.
See, my oldest brother, lives on the Hawkins County and Sullivan County line.
Uh huh.
Not even 5 miles from where Summer's been missing. Not even a quarter mile, probably.
What's your brother's name?
My brother's name's Ricky, the one everybody talks about.
Oh, that's
Hey.
Ricky. Oh, hey, Ricky Jr. How you doing, bud? Heard a lot about you, man. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing all right.
Ricky, what is your take on all this? Now we got you here, Ricky. What do you think's going on in this case? Can you add to what we're talking about?
The only thing I know to tell you, they're both fucked up in the head.
Don and Candus.
Yep, they both should be sitting behind a set of bars. If I got they're not.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that situation.
There's something stir sneaky about this shit. Stir behind all this shit. There's something that's something ain't nobody gonna find. Ain't nobody coming up with what's happened.
Well, let me ask you a question, Ricky. You just now mentioned that there's something that nobody's ever going to find, that they're hiding. Can you help us out with that? What are you saying about these guys? What is so mysteriously secret about Don and Candus that we know they're vile people? I mean, hell, that's understood. You know, that's understandable. But what is the thing that nobody wants to that they can't hide, or what you just said just a minute ago? And I do appreciate you. We do appreciate you, don't we, Dolly?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, just like that a time when they're right there from time they called sis to the time, because I got questioned by all of them too, and I mean, by the FBI and the TBI and Hawkins County, Green County, and everything else. I got questioned the same as much as sis did, and I mean, they just put my name out there and running my name in the ground, and I can't stand the ground either one of them also. I mean, they pulled that.
So Don and Candus. So Don and Candus was throwing your name out there. They put your name out there.
They have thrown our name out there. They have walked us through the dirt. They have told everybody that we have robbed them. My brother had her. We was nothing. I mean, they even threw my dad's name out there, which pisses me off because you know what? My dad told the truth, and he told the truth to every law enforcement there was. You know, and it's just bullshit that they
No. Your dad had. Your dad made a very important thing. He said, and he said that Don Wells sacrificed Summer.
Yeah. My dad told that to the law enforcement as soon as they came and questioned him, even the private investigators. So why didn't they take that and run with it?
Was that opinion of your dad's, or what did your dad know something that we don't know?
That was what Don directly said to my daddy.
I think
and my dad would have never lied. My dad was the man that would be straightforward, like I said that I am. His word was good for anything. Everybody knew that my dad would have gave you the shirt off your back. If my daddy mentioned something, my daddy meant it. Now, they never had to question my dad's loyalty. My dad never had to question. They never had to question what he had to say.
Ricky was getting ready to say something. Right. Ricky was getting ready to say something. What was you going to say, Ricky, about that? You said something.
It's either, I've been watching all these videos and stuff. What about this black bag that they found or whatever in the creek when they moved the body? What I've been watching on YouTube.
Okay, so wait a minute. There was a black. Are you saying there was a black bag that was found? Dolly, do you have any recollection of that? I don't know anything.
I don't have any recollection of a black bag that was found.
So tell me about that, Ricky. Tell me about this black bag, Ricky. What did you hear? That way we can.
What about the stuff they dragged out Glenda Head's holler that had kids' clothes in it that came from Brandon Clark and Allie that they ain't never said anything about?
Hang on, I'm trying to find that episode. Hang on 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, take your time, man. Take your time, and I want to hear this about this black bag. It's very important.
Now, all I heard was about the alleged footprint, the one footprint that was put out there by Cam and Allie, and I've never really believed anything they've said. So
I just seen Allie about 2 weeks ago. She's living over in Churchill. She ain't She
The
went,
last I seen them, they
freaking,
looked like they were really, really bad off.
She's not with Cam
well,
anymore.
she's not.
No, that's with Brandon.
Right.
Allie Cat that was with Brandon that stayed with, that was Pete Clark's and Linda Head's stepson.
Okay.
Got different
The
alleys.
one that always
Those
cracked the
all
whip
kind of
all the
alleys.
time.
Yeah.
The one that cracked the whip all the time. The one that would go around with the gun in the holster and wouldn't that would know how to use a gun if he was handed to him.
Right. I think I vaguely remember this person.
It is okay. That's like Pete Clark. Pete Clark, Brandon's daddy.
Don
He
told
died all
Molly
of a
Summer
sudden.
was sacrificed.
Like,
Yeah.
Doug Gott died. Let's see. My dad's death didn't have nothing to do with that. My dad died of cancer. Earl's death didn't have nothing to do with that because he died of other causes.
Let me
Let's
ask
see,
Ricky
there's
something.
Doug
Ricky,
Gott.
did you
Pete.
ever hang out in the holler with like Fred Hill or any of them dudes? Were you acquaintances with any of them, like Andy, Fred, Jody Sue? Was
No.
you never knew any of those people?
When I was younger, I hung out with a buddy named a guy named Jack Dykes and all them down there when all that when the shooting took her down there and about over the backhoe, I was down there involved in that crap.
Okay. All right.
How that holler after Jack got killed.
Jack got killed. I never even go back in that hole.
Can you translate that for me, Ernie? He speaks a little better Tennessee than I do.
Oh my God, you Virginia bastard! You.
yeah.
So I heard him say that when he was younger, he hung out. He hung out with the Dykes and stuff down there in the holler.
When
No,
David Bays was alive, and that was one right beside of Fred. When David Bays was alive, and when we were younger, we hung out in that holler. But after Jack Dykes got killed by the Davis guy and the Moody girl, or whatever the fuck she's going by, Janine, whatever, Janae. When Jack got killed over the backhoe, my brother didn't go in that holler no more.
Dolly, this is starting to. Dolly, think about this. Here's something I just now thought about. Do you remember the Jaden Spicer case? And Jackson, the little boy that his mother is killed, and the way. So here's the thing: in Jackson, Kentucky, there was not a big enough tote they sell anywhere in the marketplace in the area there to put him in. They had to break. They literally had to break this kid's legs and stuff to put him in this. Put him in this tote. Yes. Now think about this. This suitcase that Dom was packing up for summer.
It was an old suitcase.
A lot of people. Go ahead. Keep going.
It was an old suitcase. It's not like one of the new ones that you zip and fly with. This is like an old suitcase that is metal. That was the heavy suitcase that you seen in the movie Blow or something when they was carrying all the cocaine and switching it off the pilots and all that stuff. Back in like the old suitcase that the older people would carry.
So let me ask you, with this being gone, and this has got to do with a timeline here that's very important now, Marlena. You had mentioned, yeah, go ahead. We'll hold on that thought. This is something that's very important. You mentioned earlier today about this too, and maybe you can hear me and I can talk about it while you're away right now. You had mentioned that on the day that Summer went missing, you was talking to Candus at 4:37 p.m. But however, you also said at that time that Daniel Hayes had told you that before he knew that Summer had went missing. He said something about that. You kind of hinted on that a while ago, and then you kind of veered off a little bit about it. I don't know if it was just something you may have heard him say, but the question is, I guess, how would he know that Summer went missing if and this is the same guy, I guess he's your ex now or whatever, but he had worked for Don Wells in the past. And I think to my best knowledge is what we have on our records is when he worked for him, he had been fired. So why would he say that he knew that she went missing before she went missing. I guess that's what I'm getting at there.
I don't think
I think she had to mute out maybe still on that one.
What I think it's odd that somebody would call their friend and tell them their kid's missing before they would call the police. You would think,
or their husband.
oh yeah, like you would think panic would set in, and you would instantly reach out to the police. But if she's reaching out to her, and the same thing after she reported Summer missing, she called Hunter. Like, what's it? Why would she call Hunter and tell Hunter that? And she showed up, right? Like, why would she show up, go back over there all the way back to Hunter's to do that? And then when Hunter spoke to the police, she confronted Hunter, and Allie said she was in the bathroom. But I think that's a lie, because I think Allie had been covering for Hunter.
Here's something that was we discovered. Go ahead. So, did you hear my question, Marlena? Did you hear my question, Marlena? So my question was, you had mentioned earlier, somewhere, and I think it was my live earlier, that you had made a statement that Daniel Hayes had mentioned to you about Summer going missing before Candus called you. Is that correct? How would he know that Summer went missing if the mother of the child at the time that went missing hadn't told anyone yet, because you was the first one at 4:37 p.m. But however, you had mentioned earlier that you stated that Daniel had told you that she had went missing or something, and you kind of veered off of that after a little bit of that. But that can happen. That can happen.
Y'all people think that y'all are going to think that we're crazy, but we believe in old omens, like I said about the horse and all that. Some people
but
are.
That's you. How did he know? We know how you came to the conclusion.
Hold on, I'm getting there. Hold on.
Okay.
That some of us have weird dreams, weird visions, because there is people that do have that stuff. And me and my kid's dad is one of those people that can dream something, and it won't be long after that it happens.
Okay. So like a premonition or something like that, maybe seeing something in the future. I've heard of people like this.
Marlena, that sounds like some Don Wells shit right there. I just had to be truthful with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, they all have that damn gift, Dolly. They all have the gift.
All y'all dreaming some weirdo shit. I don't know. I don't dream like that.
I'm going to go on record just saying all these fuckers are kin, and they all have the same.
Are you calling me an incest fucker? Is that what you're calling
me? Go
ahead.
I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm just fucking with you.
Everybody in the holler seems to be a psychic.
No, we're just playing. We're just joking. We're just joking.
That's what you all don't understand. There's a lot of people that practice white magic. There's a lot of people that practice black magic. There's a lot of people that practice witchcraft. There's a lot of people that are gifted, and y'all think they're fucking stupid, but they're not. I mean, because y'all ever had a deja vu? You know what a deja vu is? Like somewhere that you've already been, or somebody that you already talked to, and you see that.
There's no scientific explanation of why people have deja vu.
Why?
And there's no scientific explanation for it. They can't explain it. Scientists can't even explain what happens.
It didn't happen the other day.
I can't explain it because really, I didn't get hit with it until after my dad died.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I always take it as a warning. Anytime I have deja vu, I always think it as a warning.
You know what I'm talking about. Like a deja vu means that you've been there, you've done that, you've talked to that. It just feels familiar.
So
it's on Crime Bell. It says they found a tote bag that Candus talked about during something. It's by Crime Bell. There's a black tote that they found that Candus talked about the creek.
A black bag that they.
And that's funny too. Why didn't Hunter be in New Jersey or Pennsylvania or whatever. His dad's in a bike company down here to get it. And I think that Hunter knows more. And, you know,
I agree.
I think Hunter knows what happened, and his dad's what did Ernie call it? Gatekeeping is what he calls it.
Panda, Andrew.
And there's some guys that
No, I'm talking about like how they keep you from talking and try to keep you to themselves so the other YouTubers don't.
Okay. Right here.
The other YouTubers don't get to ask the questions because they want to be the first one to find out the news and try to keep you as private as they can.
Where the local witness revealed that Candus drove away at 6:35 p.m.
Repeat what your brother said for me there.
He said there was a local witness reveals Candus drove away at 6:35 after Summer went missing.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that she's left a hill twice, that she left a holler 2 times after Summer went missing. Like that's been the rumors for a while that she left twice. And I think one of them was possibly, you know, if my opinion, and no evidence of this, was to dispose of Summer Wells. And then she came back like Summer was gone.
Okay, like I was telling Crystal, and I don't know if I told Ernie or not, but 8 minutes from Dawn and Candus's house, there is a way to get to Dawn's stepdaddy's and Mama's grave without anybody seeing them.
Okay, and how are they doing that?
Because like when you go out Beach Creek, you turn left, go out through there, and you take Mountain View School Road. You go up through there, and it'll take you over the hill. Then you take this next road, and it turns off, and it'll take you right out to the main graveyard and the church where they're buried. And it's all back roads. It's all secluded. There ain't hardly any house. I mean, there's like a couple of houses, but enough not for them to pay attention because most people up on the mountain or whatever, they don't get home till 6 or 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that most people are going to be at work. So you're saying you come to the conclusion that she was dead because you seen that horse, but your baby's daddy dreamed it the night before it happened.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. You want to add to that, Ernie?
Well, I mean,
he was at home for 3 days.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Now, now, is this true that Candus called you, Marlena, to pretty much ask about your brother-in-law, Chad, and where he was at, and because Candus was already at Fred's house waiting on him? Did this phone call take place? Did Candus call you while she was at Fred's house waiting on Chad Arnold?
No.
That never happened.
Never happened.
Did Candus tell you where she was at when she was making the phone call to you at 4:37 p.m.?
She was standing outside of her house.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta ask y'all. I gotta ask y'all a question.
To be so clear, though.
And I guess this is up to Ernie and you guys. Do y'all care if PG comes up?
I will not. I will be gone.
Okay. Well, then no PG.
I will be gone because I will not talk to that. I will not.
Well, let me ask you a question, Marlena. Let ask you a question. Look, in the interest of fairness, if we and I know Dolly can keep it civilized. Can we hear what she has to say and we'll tell her. We'll tell her, whatever she has to say, she needs to say, and keep it civilized to where everybody on panel can agree to, again, no drama.
Yeah,
because this is very important for Summer Wells.
No, I will disappear because she's run me in the ground. She's run my family in the ground. She's talked about things. She's paid people to come and say stuff about me. She made me look like a liar. She made me do all that. This is why I disappeared the last time, because there was people following me because of her stupid ass.
Okay, I can respect that.
Okay, we understand. We understand that.
Bring her up here.
We
You
didn't
know,
know
like,
that. We didn't know that.
And yeah, you know what? Somebody might say in your chat that I'm scared. No, I'm not scared because I have nothing for backstabbing, lying people that wants to go and twist my shit,
So,
hurt
is it
me, and
safe to
hurt my
say?
family
Listen,
and
wait.
my people to follow me.
yeah. See,
Is
I
it safe
don't
to
know
say?
your relationships, so I don't really know because I don't really watch Prayer Garden. Nothing against Prayer Garden. I'm a busy guy, so I don't really know y'all's relationship or what y'all have had. That's why I asked
So,
you
is it
before I
safe to
let her in the
say that
room.
you guys? Is it safe to say that you guys were friends at one time, and that she took some of your information and ran with it, or something? Or, I mean, what happened? What was the breakup between? I mean, what was the main, like, what got you to where you're
The
saying
main thing was
I'm
that
not doing
she
this no
had.
more?
Okay, listen. The main thing that she had PG did was had Phoebe Australia talk to supposedly make an account of Jimmy Long, showing her titties to Jimmy Long. Jimmy Long saying that Summer was in a rehab center in Knoxville, and saying that I rode him like a cowboy in his hat and this
No,
and
no.
that,
Wait a
blah
minute.
blah
Wait a minute.
blah.
Wait a minute. Wait a
And
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute. How can Summer be in a rehab in Knoxville? Because Summer ain't, well,
I
she
don't
ain't old enough to be in a
know.
rehab. Or was that just something that was just thrown out there?
No, that was something that somebody had made up and made it look like Jimmy Long, I would reckon. Or maybe it was Jimmy Long get paid to say certain things because,
But,
after she made all that comments and all that,
but
they
wait a
came
minute.
and arrested Jimmy Long. They came and arrested
Okay.
him and put him in a jail cell and asked him more questions.
Okay. So maybe you misunderstood what I said, and maybe you misspoke. But you said Summer was in a rehab in Knoxville.
yeah, that is what you
That is
said.
what go back and watch when I was on PG and go back
Okay.
and read it and look at what Jimmy Long said when I was on there and read what Phoebe done, sent pictures and all that for Jimmy Long to make up a story that he was doing me and that Jimmy Long said she was in a rehab facility because PG put up the pictures of where Phoebe had texted Jimmy Long supposedly.
Okay. So
And
let's
it's
say that Phoebe did. Let's say, let's say that Phoebe did show big titties or something or whatever the hell to Jimmy Long. So what does that have anything to do? Is it because of what was said about you about riding him or something like that?
I
I mean,
think
if
she
we
just
take if we
no,
take feelings, okay,
no, it was because that she was doing nothing but twisting my shit, telling everybody that I was this horrible piece of shit and that I was lying. I was evil just like the rest of them in the holler and all this stuff. And no, I wasn't. I was on there actually telling the
okay,
truth because I wanted somebody to know
well.
this. And what she did was twisted everything around and made me look like I was the awfulest person from the fucking holler and that I had no clue of what I was talking about. I'm actually probably mostly that knows the whales more than anybody on YouTube knows them.
I would
I
I would
agree.
I agree too that you know them more, definitely more than I know them, and
That I'm sitting here spilling out my guts
it's
and
not a
telling you the
it's
truth
not
and make me look like a liar.
as a
Why would I
YouTuber.
have
It's not
to
my
report
place
you?
to call you a liar. It's let the people in the audience make up their mind if you're lying or not.
So
It's not my job to get up here and call you a liar.
I got a
Or
I got a
it's my
question,
job to let
Dolly.
you talk
I got a
and
question.
share your
Uh,
story. Go ahead,
this
Ernie.
is this is from a law enforcement officer. He just messaged me. He said, Ricky, can I ask you a question?
Depending on what it is.
Hey, Ricky, you there, bud?
He said what he
Hey,
was.
let me ask you a question. Uh, uh, Ricky, so was the TBI okay? So I guess I could just say why. It's a hypothesis, but I can say why. Uh, why was the TBI and the local police at your trailer on Old Baileyton Road in the community for 4 or 5 days straight when Summer Wells went missing? Um, that's
They wasn't
when
there that
I
long.
guess you had the maroon Ford pickup truck at the time uh, I guess that you may have painted behind the trailer that you lived in. I don't know And did you paint a truck with a brush? I guess that's what was being said. I don't know. But if you want to answer that, you can answer that. If you're not, I mean, I understand.
The question, I mean, here's the answer to that.
Well, I want
There
Ricky
was
to
no
answer it.
cop
I want
driving.
Ricky to answer it. Let Ricky answer it.
They wasn't no cops there for 4 or 5 days, and that maroon truck was my daddy's, and the motor been blowed in for about 3 months. I was putting another motor in.
That's why it was behind the house.
So okay, so the truck was originally maroon, as the paperwork stated. Okay,
It was
okay. So let me ask
maroonish
you.
orange color.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what it says. That's what it says. Now I got a question to ask Ricky. Ricky, during this time, and if Ricky can answer this only, did this truck was when Summer went missing? But I thought that Marlena had stated that the truck had been bought in November or December earlier, but now this truck is putting right around the same timeline that Summer went missing. When the TBI had searched, we know that it was just within days. So I'm not saying that this truck is involved or nothing, but what is up with this truck, Ricky? I mean, and why was it taken behind the trailer, I guess, and maybe it quit working and it was painted or something? But we looked at the truck and go ahead, sorry about that.
Listen, it was originally a maroon truck, F-150, that my daddy bought. It blowed up on us. I pulled it around back to put it back in a level spot where I pulled the motor out of it and changed motors out of it.
Then, if the truck didn't run, why would you paint it?
I didn't paint it.
Oh, you
It
didn't.
was
That ain't the
factory.
Oh, okay.
It didn't get.
No, it's factory maroon.
It didn't get painted for a while after Summer went missing. It
Okay,
didn't get
okay.
Okay.
So,
painted until
but
after
the truck,
died.
but what I'm saying is, Marlena and Ricky, is
But-
the truck was around when Summer went missing.
No, it blowed up.
It was blowed up.
Okay, so it was blown up, but it was still around. I'm
told you
saying
it
it
was
still
blown, no.
existed.
Yeah, because you told
Okay,
us
well-
originally your dad got the truck after Summer went
November,
missing.
Okay, well,
December.
it was
Yeah.
before. Then it was the year before the Summer went missing at the end of November. I know it was November.
Okay. So it could have been November of 2020, correct?
We just trying to
Yes.
clear the rumors up. Is all we're trying to do.
That is all we're trying to do. That is it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I was wrong. It was bought in November of 2020, not November 21.
Because Dad had it for a year, but Dad had it for a year before Summer even went missing.
We had it 6 months to a year.
Then I
Okay.
drove it and it was blood a head gasket, and I
He changed the
I
motor.
changed the motor because I went and bought another 300, 600 off of James Hill.
He put it in the back so he could use his cherry picker, and he had pavement back there, so the cherry picker would be level so that he could move the motor out of it and put the other one in it.
I'm going to speak fluent Tennessee time. This is done.
This called
I got
hillbilly.
y'all though. I understood that. That's the crazy thing. I understood exactly what he said.
And you know what, Ernie? The law was probably there 6 months prior to that because I whooped my kid's dad with a piece of pipe and run him through the graveyard down there in Bayliston.
Oh wow.
Thank you, Charlie.
So that was probably why the law was called a couple of months before Summer went missing, because he had stayed out all night, cheated on me, had pulled me into a driveway to where I had to protect him from 2 other people hitting him with a baseball bat. And then he couldn't let stuff go. So I took a piece of pipe off of my brother's tractor and chased him through the graveyard and up and down the road with a piece of pipe.
Well, the thing about it is, this law enforcement officer asked me. He said, it wasn't before Summer went missing that the police were there. It was after Summer went missing, or while Summer was missing during this the hype of the investigation. I didn't
The
know.
only time that we had police there is when they all swarmed us at the same time at once.
Let me ask Ricky something. Ricky, when the police were investigating you, did they ever accuse you of anything or make it seem like you had something to do with it?
No.
They never did?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
They never did any of us that made us feel like that we couldn't answer a question or not talk to them. They never made it like they was blaming us for anything.
Did they make it clear to you that Don and Candus were blaming y'all?
No, they never made it clear that they were blaming us.
But you just know they were blaming you because they were blaming you. We all know that, but at the time, did y'all just assume that Don and Candus was blaming y'all?
Cover up their sorry asses. That's why. That's where they're trying to blame somebody else to cover up their sorry asses.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't believe Don and Candus at all, and I've seen them blame everybody and their mama, and I think they were looking for a scapegoat.
You go back to the time it started to watch all these videos or whatever, you see them run us all in the damn there. There's Bill Shipley. There's all of us that run the ground. There's, I mean, hell, they pulled that shit happened back a long time ago. I mean, on us. I mean, hell, how much dirt do they need to dig up? I just wish they just leave my goddamn name out of their damn mouth.
Okay, translate the first part of that for me.
My brother and I and our family is tired. That's why I'm on here. This is why I agreed to talk to Ernie. Why I agreed to talk to Crystal. And not only those two, I didn't know I was going to be on your panel because I didn't know anything about yours. I never watched yours. I'm being honest. I never watched anything about yours.
Yeah, I'm just the greatest.
But I'm saying that I didn't. I mean, and then that's like Prayer Garden. She ran me in the dirt. Lips ran us in the dirt. They talked about us. They took stuff and they twisted it around. Anything that we said, they would edit videos so that it sounded like that we were evil. We was in on it. We was ignorant. We were stupid. And then they, they run my dead relatives in the ground. They poked up everybody that's been missing or everybody that's gone.
I know they point the finger at everybody but them. I mean, I understand. I've seen them do it. I've seen them blame 37 different people for what has happened this summer. When really, I mean, I think we all know. I think the internet knows that the people that are responsible are the people that live on that hill. But the question is, does anybody else have any involvement with them? We know who the culprits are. We're just trying to see if there's anybody else involved with those people. And when they want a crime solved, they call me in. Okay. I'm like the greatest.
But
ever.
We're being truthful. You can come and visit. We can be honest. We can meet in person. I mean, we can do all this. You and Ernie can come by. We can do this on, you can record whatever.
Well, we're glad that you're openly speaking. It don't seem like you have much to hide. You've been very open and you've taken hours to clear up stuff, to answer every question we've had to ask of you. And that means a lot to us because it just shows us that you're not ducking, you're not hiding, you're an open book, and of course after 5 years.
The only reason I went and talked to Ernie is because the comment he made on his panel, and he said he was going to hunt me down the next time his boots hit the ground. That's why I went and talked to Ernie.
He meant that in a good way, though. He meant that. I
did. I mean it in a complete professional. And I'm glad I got to talk to you because I'm going to say this. I know that Dolly has not, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to put you down and no lie. I'm not going to change what you say around. What you say is what you say. I'm not going to split no recordings up or do anything that supposedly has been done to you in the past. That's not how you find the truth. That's not how you find the truth at all. Now, I do understand that it's been 5 years. Now, you have to take in consideration that it's been 5 years. Some of the things you may say might be a little rusty because, of course, you didn't know you was getting ready to get on these panels today, pretty much. I mean, you probably didn't even know it. I know you went to Crystal and you had to, you found out that I was looking for you and our team had been looking for you. And like we have found, we pretty much did hunt. I ain't gonna lie. We did hunt Andy Bernard down, but I understand too that you're a female and there's different ways to approach things. And I'm glad that we approached it the way we approached it. And it was just words and that you just, said, hey, you know what? Let me talk to him. And that's what you did. And I'm glad you did because, to be honest with you, you have answered every question that I have asked. you may have got, like a little bit fumbled up on some stuff that because of the time period, it being 5 years. And I can understand that. But I can tell that you are passionate in your heart when you tell about these people, and you talk, and you rephrase the way these people and their characters are. I can tell that. What about you, Dolly? Can you tell
You know,
that there's
one
passion
thing
there?
one thing I take about her that I like is how she takes up for her late daddy. Because I'm a mama's boy, right? So I would be the same way. This is how my mama taught me. This is how I am because of my mama, and she speaks like that. And that's a certain southern thing, to me. And it makes her, to me, to be believable. And like I said, she didn't have to answer any. She don't know me. She's never met me. She don't owe me nothing, so she don't have to answer my questions. And she's been nothing but polite and nice, and you know answer the questions. Like, for me, I give people a platform to speak on it. It's not me to judge if you're truthful or lying or whatever. It's let I listen to all the stories, and then I look for little clues in it or things that don't add up. And just like tonight, her story is the problem with the whole Summer Wells story is everybody that was in there, they all have a different story. So somebody's telling the truth, and a bunch of people are lying. So it's as a sleuth, as somebody, an
Don
armchair
Wells.
detective.
Don Wells is in your chat, Dolly.
Don
Yeah,
Wells.
and
Okay.
I like how Phoebe asked how much I got paid to do this interview. I didn't get paid to do this interview. This interview is free. This is me trying to tell everybody what I truly know and my honest opinion and what I honestly think about anybody. This is what I'm saying. I'm being open. I am being down to earth. And you know what, Phoebe, I didn't get paid anything. And PG, she don't know me back from front because she didn't take the time to listen to me, to know me, to get to know me as a person, as a human being. She got to know me as the evil person from the holler, or the ignorant person from the holler that I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And
Did
yes, I
you
can
want
see the
to add,
trap.
add to that, Ernie? Did you want to add to that? I don't know anything about the PG relationships. I don't know
No,
anything
it
about
was
it.
just that PG was in, or that Phoebe was saying, wonder how much she got paid to do this. I didn't get paid to do nothing. I have not got paid to do anything. The only way that PG put my cash up is because I was running from people that was stalking me. That was Jamie, that I didn't know at the time. That was Cox, that was part of this. Also, that was also, um
Oh,
Tony Hammonds was part of this. I didn't really know that he was part of this until I seen the truck the other day.
Well,
Um,
I can
and
guarantee
then
everybody that's watching, I did not pay her for this. I had no clue whatsoever tonight that she would be here. Me and Ernie had talked, and I said, Ernie, you want to come up and do a show with me? And Ernie said, yeah, sure, let's do it. So this was something that was planned within in like maybe 2 hours, and me and Ernie was just going to get up here and talk about the case. So
this
everything that's been transpiring has been naturally transpiring,
this
you know.
kind of transpired. This kind of transpired from my earlier chat with her, and because the power outage went out, we had the power outage as we was driving. There was a transformer went across the road because we were leaving the area. We were in Hawkins County. We've been in Hawkins County. Like I said, it was day 4, boots on the ground, and
dang,
we're waiting for
close,
phase 2
wasn't you, Ernie?
tomorrow. But this transfer, what is it?
I said, dang, you
What
was
is it?
damn close, wasn't you? You was really close to where I was at. I'm in Hawkins County.
I haven't
I
been in
know, I
Hawkins
know
County
exact,
in quite
I
some
know
time.
exactly where you're at, Marlena, and that's why I'm glad that we got to talk. We had.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go in that route no more. But uh, let me ask you a question.
Are you stalking me,
So
honey?
no, no, I would never stalk anybody. So
I'm just kidding. I'm
eh,
playing for a laugh. I'm
oh,
just kidding. I'm just playing for a laugh.
right. So is it true that Andy and Fred was stalking you, and they didn't know that Chad had you talking to Fair Garden? Is that how it all started, or something? Because we had talked about that earlier. And was Andy and Fred stalking you?
They were making threats. They was having people to stalk me, and Andy was stalking me at the gas station, at the Burger King, at the Priceless, because I used to go there. Because when you go, I was staying down in, I was staying on the lower end of the creek, and where was that down there? We couldn't get a grocery order down there because a lot of people wouldn't deliver down there. So we would.
Do you
have to
think
come to
Andy's a
Kingsport
bad
to
guy?
get
I met Andy one time. He seemed like a pretty nice guy, but is that a fake? Is he really not a good guy?
I don't trust him, and I don't trust the word he says. Because you know what? He was in that holler, so there's got to be. He's got to know something, and he should come clean about it if he did.
Now you keep on mentioning. You keep on. Now, this is something that's very, very peculiar, and I've caught on to this 4 or 5 times tonight. Every time I've asked you about Andy, you have a disdain. You have a tone about your voice. Like, does he know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in your opinion, okay, so you just said, without even thinking, a reaction speed at test, it's kind of more like a Dosia effect. You pretty much just said, like, tell us about it. Well, I mean, what, go ahead.
Believe it. I do believe if he was selling drugs to Candus and John, and he was doing all this stuff, then he knows something about it. Yeah, I do believe every day it goes on. I do believe that he knows something about it. How does he not?
It was Andy selling something different than Fred was. Why would they need Andy to sell them things if Fred is the man in the hood, like in the holler? Were they all just in cahoots? Was Andy in cahoots with Fred? Were they tight? Were they like slinging things together? Or did one sell one thing and the other sell something different? Is it a situation like that, or do you even know?
Well, I mean, if one person is selling dope and you can't find pills, then what are you going to do? You're going to go get your next way of getting high, right?
I guess I don't
get another drug to get on.
I guess I to be honest with you, I've never been on. I don't do drugs. You know,
So,
as much as I ever did is smoke. So
everybody down there is almost dependent on something.
Okay.
There's a few that's not.
So if one person ain't got something, you go to the next.
Yeah,
person and get whatever you can.
Knows this person, and then you can get this or this or this, or hey, let me make a phone call and let me see if this person has got this or this or this. It's the way it works.
So is it safe to say around that Ben Hill Beach Creek area, there's some pharmacies around there. If you can't get one place, you go to another place, and obviously everybody has their own section of goodies.
Right. It's just a big, like you said, it's all a big circle jerk. Somebody knows somebody that's got something.
Yeah. And you're saying a lot of these people that are on illegal substances, they're equal opportunists. They'll do whatever they do that's available to them.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. Would you be mad or
property steal their tin, they steal their barn, they steal their tools, they steal this or that to get their fix, or they go to this one because this one don't have it, or they make a phone call to go to this one because this one's got this. Yeah, it's just one big. Every drug head knows a drug head.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Marlena. Would you be opposed if Andy Bernard joined us? Would you want him to, or would you say no?
I don't have anything for him.
I mean, would you care, Dolly? Would you care if we bring out Andy up?
If she's comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with whoever. It's not up to me. I'm leave it up to you guys. If it's somebody that wants to come on and you're not comfortable talking to them, then I would say don't bring them up. If you're comfortable talking to them, then I have no problem with anybody that comes up.
No, I just don't like PG. I'm a liar. I don't know how to. I'm telling lies, and I'm doing this or I'm doing that. I'm full of shit. He's already got on PG and showed his ass to him. Nope.
Okay, well then we'll say no. But this is what I will say. We will do this again, and we'll allow the next people to come up and speak their piece, so that way they at least get to speak their piece and say what they want to say. We just won't bring them up at the same time, so it don't turn into a fight. We don't want to have people sit here because we're not going to get nothing fighting with each other. right? That ain't going to give
That's
us
right.
no
I don't
information.
know. That's right. I don't want to fight with nobody. I don't want
Yeah,
to have
I
beef
don't.
with nobody. I just want to
And
be
I don't want to
left
listen
alone.
to.
And
I
when
don't want
I'm
to
on
listen to
here,
y'all fight.
right, and that's
You know.
disrespectful to you because it is your panel. And that is, if Ernie wants to interview them or whatever, if you want to interview them, that's fine. They can say what they want about me. But you know what? I know that my heart is pure and I can go to bed every night thinking about that I didn't do something that I'm going to have to regret later.
Yeah, and I think that's very important. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, this internet turns off. You got to be good with yourself. And
And I've been
that's
with good
important.
with myself since day one. And you know what? I've been through some
And if
tragic
that's the
stuff.
case, if that's the case, then don't let any of these people upset you. You know what I'm saying? Don't let the internet get to you, because the internet will try to break anybody down. So long as you know what you're doing is right, that's all that matters. So when you hear somebody's opinion on you, don't get upset about it. It's just somebody on the internet. They're never going to pay your bills. They're never going to go grocery. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at things. Like, I don't care what you say about me, because I don't know. Like, I don't. We're never going to deal with each other in life, and you're not going to pay my rent, my light bill. So you can have your opinion of me, and I don't stress when people have terrible opinions of me. People have said terrible things about me. I
That's
let them
right.
right
You
in the
know
room.
what?
I don't.
Because that's today, I got one more hater fan club. So go ahead and hate on me. Because if you hate on me, you're giving somebody else a break. If you're talking about me, you're giving somebody else a break.
Yeah, well, I always look at people like, if they'll talk bad about me, they'll talk bad about anybody.
That's
That's
the
how I
truth.
look at it. But that's just me. So yeah, I
I was just
want
going to
people.
say this. Everybody talks bad about me.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
used
they
to it. I
prove
mean,
that you have been
I am
bad
too.
there, Ernie.
Oh
when
yeah,
you
I'm into a whole hell of a lot of stuff, but I'm the good guy with a bad boy image. I'll just say that.
Yeah, like I don't, my big concern right now in this true crime stuff is not people's personal lives. It's what's going on in the crime itself. Like, I don't give a damn what you had for dinner. I don't care who you date. I don't care what you do. I want the information about the case. That's really all I'm concerned about.
I've done
And
that tonight. I mean, I gave
absolutely
my
you
pure
have.
intentions of what I thought, what I thought about, and what scenarios of what games is people's playing. I've done everything that like Ernie said, I've answered every question. I'm not shied away from any question. I've answered every question at my best knowledge. And that's all that I'm out here to do is give people their best knowledge so they can keep talking about me all they want to, and they can talk horribly about me. They can keep running my name through the dirt because you know what? That's still not helping the benefit of finding Summer.
Yeah. I think the fighting don't. I know drama sells on the internet, so sometimes people do that to boost ratings. Fight and battle and scream and cuss, and it sucks. Everybody loves a good train wreck. I rather just get to the point, and get the information and give people a chance to speak, and the people are be the judge of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I just want to hear what you had to say. I'm not here to say you're a liar, or you're telling the truth, or any of it. It's just to give you a platform to let your voice be heard, and in the end of the day, it only matters to you if you're telling the truth or not. It don't matter, because it ain't nobody. If nobody else is gonna, like I said, pay your light bill or cook your fucking dinner tonight, so it don't really matter what opinion they have of you. It matters of yourself, and you've been nothing but open and cool enough to come up here and answer these questions. I think like I said, if anybody has something to say, we'll give them a chance to do that, but we're not going to allow people to come up here and start an argument, and then people go back and forth with each other. I don't think that's going to really accomplish anything.
Not
So
Jerry Springer.
It,
yeah, then it becomes a
it
Jerry Springer show. Yeah.
it doesn't accomplish anything. But I got another question though. You know, Fred had talked about, of course, his polygraph test, and that polygraph tests were administered to certain individuals. Uh, I guess my question is, Marlena, was you ever given polygraph test or anything like that? Because I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether or not you was. I'd heard that maybe you had made claims or something that they gave you all a lie detector test or polygraph test. Sorry about that for the ones in the back. But is that true? Are there any true meaning to that, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I went into the police station and talked to TBI, and they did a polygraph test. They know I'm telling the truth.
Did they
Okay,
give
so
you results of that polygraph test and say you was truthful?
Yeah, it says I'm truthful.
Okay.
and can I ask you like, uh, was there certain questions were to ask, or like did they just ask you 3 or 4 questions, or did they just keep you there? Or how long was this process? Was there a lot of questions, or can you talk about any of that? How many questions were asked?
I was there for a very good minute because, they took me in, they took my brother in, they asked us all to come down. They even did my dad. So therefore, I I was asked questions and I was being truthful. And no,
Was there
I don't have to show my polygraph test to nobody if I don't want to. And I don't have to put my business out there like
Now,
that. And
now you
I'm telling the truth. And therefore, you can either take my word or don't take it at all. But I don't have to show stuff that I don't want to. I shouldn't even really be telling the stuff that I told tonight. And this is more open and out here than I've been in a very long time. This is
it
stuff
is
that
Melina. Melina, let,
it,
let me ask you a question. You said when the new sheriff comes in, you're willing to sit down with the new sheriff and talk and
yes, I am.
willingly give him another interview and try to help as much as you can in bringing justice to Little Summer Wells, right? Are you
Yes,
there?
I am. I'm willing to talk to the new. I'll talk to him. I don't care. I don't give a dang to talk to
Well,
him.
yeah, of
I've
course.
got
If
no. I mean, I don't have nothing to hide. If I had something to hide, I would say no. I don't want to talk to him. But
okay.
I
So
don't have anything.
who is Scott H? Dolly,
I don't know who Scott H is. I don't know how he's tied into this.
and he says,
Ask
I
"Give
don't
me
Scott.
a
know
link."
Scott H.
Do you know Scott H. Marlena? I don't know Scott H.
I don't know
What is
Scott
a
H.
Scott H?
I
Scott
mean,
H.
if you're not a player in this game, right? If you ain't a piece on the board, you definitely ain't coming up right now. This ain't like let's bring a viewer up. It's like either you're somebody involved in the case or you're a YouTube creator that's been covering this case.
Is it
Anybody else?
is it Andrew? He's a local. Okay, so wait a minute. He's a local. Okay, so Scott H lives nearby, I believe. He was part of the Summer Wells reward. Uh-oh.
It.
Still 40.
I'll ask you
Still.
guys. Do you want to bring them up? It's up to you guys. I leave that judgment to both of you. If one of you says no, he can't come up.
I don't know who
He's
he
had a
is.
so he said he's a YouTuber. He's had a channel from day one. He's part of the he knows the guys in the creek. I guess he's part of
Scott
the
and
area there.
Scott from Lot Holler.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll throw up a screen to make sure he's not
Yeah, for sure,
trolled.
Dolly.
I'll throw up a screen and then let me post a link first. All right, here's the link.
And let Andy know that another time Dolly said that he would do an interview with him, and that's okay,
Yeah,
right?
listen, Prayer Garden, Andy, y'all can come up tomorrow. If I'm still here, y'all can come up tonight after she decides she's done talking for the night, and we'll give you a chance to say whatever you want to say, a rebuttal or whatever it be. But we're not gonna allow people to get up here and fight and turn it into a big shit show. We don't want that. We want to hear everybody's side of the story and what everybody has to put out there, and then we'll weigh that all out. I think that's the best way to do it.
Hey,
Yeah, this is
I'm the
not the
queen of
Dolly
this shit
Springer
show.
show.
Apparently,
Yeah, we
do you
want to
hear
treat
me?
everybody.
I'm the queen of this shit show.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to turn it into that, then that's on you guys. But I like to
because I don't
I like
like
to
my
treat
blood pressure
people
high. And I don't
respectful,
like to do it.
no
I
matter
don't
who
like to
you
get
are.
my blood pressure high, and I won't.
All right, there's the link, Scott. You know you have to show yourself in the backstage, right? And then you can come up. But I'll just put a screen up because just in case you're a weirdo, I don't know who you are right off the
So
top. So
I'm gonna make this clear about what I said about the polygraph test a while ago. Um, Fred did say that the polygraph test that he was taking was on Cotton Simpson. There was only one question that was asked about Summer Wells, and that involved Cotton Simpson. So we all know what happened with all that.
okay,
I'm
we're
not
gonna
going to throw it out. But go ahead.
Scott's in the back.
I mean, how did
Let's hear.
Fred Hill know how much money Cotton had in his pocket, how many cigarettes he had in his pocket, and what place he got hit on his head if he wasn't nowhere around?
All right, hold on. Let's bring in Scott. What is up, Scott?
Hey, Dolly, this is Scott H. Surely you remember me. I had the channel since day one. Maybe
I'm
you
trying to
don't.
remember. I know so many Scotts, Scott.
Right, I got you. I can
um,
ask me a question about Summer Wells' case, and I'll tell you, and you'll know I've been on it for a long time. Don and
okay.
Candus Wells, 110 Ben Hill Road. Candus went shopping to the hippie house, the smoke shop,
Yeah, the
Priceless,
hippie.
Warriors Path, Walgreens.
Yeah, is there
Uh,
something that you wanted to add to what we were discussing? Did you want to ask her a question? Did you want to ask
yeah, I
Ernie
just wanted
something?
to ask a couple of questions regarding back to that phone call that you had about. Can she hear me right now?
Yeah, she can hear you.
Oh, okay. You don't have to put me on stage. That's cool. Uh, Something I wanted to ask you, Marlene, about that one woman that called in to Dolly's that claimed that she was a cousin to Candus, and she was saying that there was some people from Roan Mountain that was the main dealer, and it was like a retaliation thing, and they were supposed to have got your daughter, but they got Summer instead. And I was going to ask what you allowed about that, but the reason I want to ask that is early on in the case, very early on, way before you ever came on PGs or anything, way before that, like within the first year, Jody C. Brown was talking about wondering if they meant to get her daughter. And it was mentioned way back then about where your daughter had been staying at the Wells and was supposed to stay through the weekend. Grandis dropped her off early. People were wondering if the reason they got Summer was because they were supposed to get your daughter, but your daughter had already went home. Now, I've heard from everybody in Beach Creek, and by the way, my only ties to Beach Creek is when the middle schools split. You had Colonial Heights Middle School and Sullivan West, and then everybody on the Sullivan County side of Beach Creek went to Sullivan South. That's where I met some of the people down in Beach Creek. Like I know some of the Light brothers. I went to school with Roy Light, graduated with him. Annie Light was a couple of years below me. Donald Sherthy graduated with me. So I know some of the people that live down there and stuff. But I've heard a lot of people say, and this is the way that it was when I was always growing up, and you even said it tonight. But the funny thing about it is every time somebody says that Beach Creek don't allow kids to pop up or to go missing, as soon as one goes missing, everybody in the damn holler's wondering if they got the wrong one. So what would make all them moms down there wonder if the kid that got gone, it was supposed to have been their kids that got gone, if they got the wrong one? Another question is I've got, we have heard Candus, Dawn, Allie, Leslie, Hunter, Jody Sue Brown, Andy Bernard, Fred Hill, yourself, numerous, countless others, I think, and I know you've got bad blood with PG, can't blame you there. Had Donald Shirky up on there one night. We've heard from several down there. Glenda Head, Bill Shipley. Bill Shipley went to school with him. He was in Andy's grade, so he was a
Hey,
couple
Scott,
younger.
You're killing my brain cells, man. Get to the damn question. Get to
Why is it out of all these adults, probably close to 20 adults, none of them have the same story, not nowhere even close?
Okay.
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
That's a fair question. That's about as fair as I can make it. But I had to make the point is we're nearing 20 adults, and none of them have a story that is remotely
the same,
similar to anybody else's story. But yet, Beach Creek's got the handle on everything.
We talked about this earlier.
They ain't found a kid in 5 years.
No, look, hey, Scott, we talked about something like this similar earlier. We talked about everybody had different stories. Nobody's stories add up to what everybody's saying. There's just not just one. And what's so weird about this?
I understand if 10 people see a wreck at a red light, there's going to be very little variations, but pretty soon, within about 10 minutes, the cop can figure out who the hell ran the red light.
Yeah,
I
like
agree.
I said, one person's telling the truth and a bunch of people are lying is what it is. One story we're hearing is truthful, and the rest of the stories are covering for somebody or doing something. But she covered basically
the point
the
I'm
question
talking
you
about.
asked.
Everybody gets up here and talks about we're doing this for a 5-year-old little girl. We are. Well, why the hell have we got 20 some adults that are covering for something?
Because nobody wants to implicate themselves. Go ahead, Ernie.
And it's a good question. Let Marlena answer it.
Go ahead, Marlena.
Let me say something. I'm not covering for no fucking body.
I didn't say that.
I will never cover.
I named 20 different people. No, I didn't point a direct finger.
I don't know why the holler people are covering for each other, but I've been the one that is outcasted because I am so upfront. I am so blunt. People don't like me because I'm that way. And they hate when I come and say something up front because usually 9 times out of 10, I'm right. 9 times out of 10 that, I was raised the proper way. I was raised to tell the truth about something, not to lie about anything. So therefore, I'm not covering for nobody. Never will I cover for anybody because you know what? I have nothing to cover. I'm telling the truth. I want 5-year-old Summer, the 5 years. I wish it had been already over. I wish they would have never made a YouTube channel for Summer. I wish they'd have never done that because then maybe the cops would have got their head out of their ass and done something. Because that's what's wrong around here now. Because everybody's got on YouTube, everybody's got a story to tell, everybody's got to say this, or everybody's got to blame this one or blame that one, or do this or do that, and it's bull crap when it should be about Summer and only Summer, not about who is lying, who's telling the truth. I mean, they need to dig down and dig deep.
Okay, so whoa, did you just mention something? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
That you agree with me, kind of. Then we got a whole lot of people that ain't telling exactly everything that they know, and that's what's keeping the case from getting solved.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
What keeping the case strung out is because people get on here. There are certain ones that gets on here that ain't even been to the friggin' holler, that hasn't been a part of Beach Creek at all entirely in their whole friggin' generation. They don't know how they work down there. They don't know how they think down there. They don't know.
Scott's on to something. Scott's on to something, guys. Listen, what he said first. He mentioned misplacement. In human trafficking, there's a lot of misplacement. And this is something very important. This just caught my attention because of the attention to detail. We always know a certain situations, you have to do the aspects, and the aspects is all about general awareness, area awareness, and situational awareness. Now, what he mentioned is earlier in his first question, he mentioned about misplacement, and if that young, and it's a kid, it's a child that was taken, was misplaced for your child, but your child got to go home earlier. That's something that I never heard. But go ahead.
This is what I'm trying to tell you all. Me and my kid's dad never ever owed a drug debt. Unless Donnie Wells was trying to trade and Candus was trying to trade my kid off and play it as my kid instead of their kid.
So okay. Are there a possibility that that's what happened?
Exactly.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know if Donnie and them try to trade my kid off instead of trading their kid off for the debt they owed. I have never owed no debt for no drugs with nobody.
Okay.
Now, his first question you had already answered for me earlier, which was the people that were in the mountains that were coming to, maybe they took the wrong kid. And I guess what you just answered kind of touched on that. But Scott, she had told me that she didn't know these people, that these people were not kin to her baby daddy whatsoever, just to help you out with that question.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right, Scott.
Thank you for letting me come up. Thanks for answering the question, Marlene.
Appreciate your question there, Scott. That was a very thought out question, methodically, and it also it made me think a lot, and I do appreciate that. You are challenging the game. No matter what anybody says in chat, you're challenging the game.
Right.
That was a good question.
Right, because everybody, there's 20 or 30 of us, and everybody's got a different story because Don and Candus played off a different story of themselves to everybody.
Well, Don and Candus tell a different story every time they tell it. We got to take that into consideration too. All right, Scott.
See you guys.
All right, so yeah, see, like I don't mind questions like that, long as y'all agree to that the people are okay to ask the questions. You know, of course, when in all of it, somebody's being truthful and somebody's telling a lie. I mean, that's the only way. That's when
that's in your chat. But I'm just going to make something clear. The WV Rainbow, I never owe Donnie Wells no money whatsoever. If anybody owes anybody any money, then it would be Donnie be owing me money for cleaning his friggin' nasty house that he couldn't, or his old lady couldn't pick up after their fucking self.
Okay, that makes sense to me there.
And we did hear that. We did hear that we would have to dig down deep. Yes, I heard that. I heard all that. I've not asked no follow-up question.
And I told Crystal Crimes earlier too, I never had bought a birth certificate for Donnie kids. I've never had them. I've never had this. I've never had their social security numbers. I've never had any of that. So I don't know who's telling that story, but they're lying because I never had none of their information whatsoever.
Well, you're clearing it up for everybody. You're clearing it up.
Touches in on that, right? So you said they were willing to let you at some point discuss letting you take Wyatt, right? So how did that conversation come about?
Like I said, she didn't want no more kids by him. She didn't want Wyatt, period. She didn't want Summer, period. She didn't want them anymore. And where I couldn't have any kids, she said, since I couldn't have any kids, she would have been cared to adopt Waylon out to me.
And she told you that.
My dad was a good man. She knew that my dad was a good man. She knew that he would have a good home and he would be taken care of because I was that good-hearted person, that I was in a good family. My dad was a respected man. She knew that he would have been well taken care of.
And so she came to you and was like, you know, hey, We know you can't do this. I'm willing to give you this child. I don't want no more kids. And then that just fell through later on.
Yeah, it fell through later on. I didn't never have none of them kids' information whatsoever. I had nothing, period of theirs. And
Now,
you
did
know
you
what?
ever
Let me
know
ask you a
that
question now.
I can't have
There's
my
a
own daughter. I don't know who Jenny is either, but it says I can't have my own daughter. I can't have my own daughter because Lips played it off and had somebody working for DCS come in and take my youngin. That is why
who
I have my youngin.
who is your
Because
youngin
a
with now?
YouTuber, my youngin is with my sister.
Oh,
My
okay.
sister's very well care of her. And I can have my daughter anytime I want her. I can visit her anytime. There's no set rule that I can't have her. I can't spend the night with her. Can't come and be with me. None of that. It's not none of nobody's business about my youngin. And don't
Yeah.
be putting my youngin in the mix with, out here just saying stuff because
So-
you don't know what it's about, period.
So I got a question. The night before Summer went missing, it was reported like at 9:00 p.m. at night that these children or something, and I may have the time wrong. I think it was 9:08 or something shit like that. But these kids were on top of the roof. Was your daughter? Your daughter was.
My kid was already home. My kid was on
Oh.
that Friday night before she went missing on Tuesday. My kid wasn't on the roof.
Okay. I was going to ask you. I didn't say your kids. I mean their kids was on the roof. It shows a picture.
I don't know what happened after that Friday night because I didn't hear from Candus no more until that
Right. Okay.
that she missed.
Okay. So
You
here's
moving
something,
around your red
Marlena.
light.
We're not trying to make you all. We're not trying to harass you. We're not trying to make you mad or nothing like that. They're just questions that, and I'm not going to pick no questions from the chat or nothing like that. These are questions that I have. Also, I want you to know that we're not trying to put you on a stand.
These people on here that don't know my life and don't know. I mean, I voluntarily have got on here and explained part of my life and went through all the things that I've went through and what I've been through since Summer's been gone and all this. Y'all think that it was been easy?
We lost her.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been easy for her.
No, definitely not.
Especially if you have really nothing to do with it and everybody's pointing fingers at you, blaming you, and this has been going on for years. Like she could have just avoided this whole conversation tonight, and she chose not to. She chose to come up. She come up to address it. She's been pretty open about it. Now people may not believe her, and some people may believe her. That's your choice of what you believe and what you disbelieve. But just like this, her personal life is her personal life. It ain't none of our business what's going on in her personal life. What we're trying to ask her about is what's going on with the Summer Wells case. So
Exactly.
guys, be respectful and keep it till the Summer Wells case. Don't worry about what her little girl's doing or what she got going on in her life. This is about what happened 5 years ago. It ain't about what's going on today, right?
Well-
Her life is her life, and people's personal lives are their personal lives. Like I have my personal life. We're trying to stick to the story, to the topic, and you don't know this woman to attack this woman or to say these things. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well-
have you ever heard that saying, worry about yourself?
So
It's one of-
yeah, for sure. And here's something too that's very important. This woman literally has dedicated almost 4 hours and 32 minutes
Yeah.
of her time tonight. And I bet we have asked her, I mean, there's hundreds of questions. I mean, there's a lot of questions, and she
The
has
police wouldn't
answered
even
everything.
interrogate her. The police wouldn't even interrogate her that long, Ernie. So
No,
she
I
had-
know that. And
Yeah.
and look who's asking the questions. I mean, we're pretty much prominent YouTubers that know this inside and out. I mean, you
Yeah.
started you literally, this is your first case ever, Dolly. This is how you started.
I know. And it's
You
been
go
such
back
a long
to
journey since then.
Wouldn't it be something, man, to end it like that? I mean, think
That's
about
what
it.
I told
You
people
started
when
it would be perfect to end it.
That's what I told people. I said, man, when I get answers for Summer Wells, I'm fucking quitting. you know,
But
this is what brought me here, and I just felt so bad for Summer, and the story is like I don't know. I never expected to take this journey. I just had no clue that I'd be where I'm at in this journey in life. Like I wasn't going in this direction, but I think God had a different calling for me, and this is the
Marlena, you didn't
path.
get booted. You didn't get booted, Marlena. It's the
No,
StreamYard. StreamYard does that.
yeah, it
StreamYard
does
does that.
that.
We would never do that.
Yeah, we wouldn't kick you at all. Here you go. That's the link right there. Um, yeah, just one thing I think me and Ernie's always been passionate about is, and we have different styles of getting answers and how we sleuth and do things, but I think our passion is genuine when it comes to getting justice for Summer Wells, and that's why me and Ernie's always gotten so along so good on this case, because we both want the exact same thing. We just want answers for Summer Wells, and whatever we got to do to get those answers, we're going to do it. We're going to make those sacrifices, and that's important. And I feel like at this point, Summer Wells is left in the hands of the YouTubers. You're back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Go
thought I
ahead.
got booted.
No,
we
I
would
wouldn't.
No, I
never
ain't no
boot you.
robot.
If I was going to kick you, I would say you got to go. Bye, and I would kick you. But I wouldn't just. If you just drop, it's not us. It's just the internet. So the floor is
You
yours.
know,
Is there?
most of these people doesn't know what I've been through since Summer's been missing. Do you know that I couldn't get a job for the longest time? I couldn't work nowhere because of this case. I couldn't even fill out an application. I couldn't do anything because of this case. I couldn't work. I couldn't even go out in public because people knew who I was. People knew who my
Ye-
kid was.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, I've never been in a situation like you've been in, so I can't speak for that, but I can only imagine what that would be like for people to think that you're some monster that you possibly are not, and only you know that. Nobody else really knows. You know that. So you got to remember these people don't know. They're going off what they've heard on the internet, but and if you've went through things like that, that is horrible. And the people that have done this to you is really Don and Candus Wells, because they're the ones that really in the beginning started pointing the fingers at you, especially Don Wells. Candus, she's a little, but mostly Don Wells. And I've always thought Don Wells is he has some weird. He's not probably a good dude, and the people that are always the ones that are sit there and pray with you, sometimes they're the worst ones, and that's how Don seems to be. Like he's doing these terrible things, and then when you call him on something, he's like, "Well, Jesus," and all this. Now, the problem is this: just like we don't know if you're truthful or not truthful, right? I think you're truthful. We don't know if Don and Candace are truthful. What if they really didn't do nothing to Summer and they're getting this type of treatment, and it's terrible for them too. But I think
I'm
I
gonna,
think go ahead, Ernie.
and you're exactly right. And we Dolly and I have different approaches. Uh, and we've been through a lot ourselves. We've had a lot of backlash on account of this case, and people saying this and that. Now, about those different approaches. Now, you pretty much seeing Dolly's approach. Dolly, he gives people a voice. He puts, and I do too. I put a panel up there. I give people a voice that never really, gets a chance to put out there because of the channel's so big. Because Dolly does have a pretty big size channel. He's got a good size channel, but he's built it off of, you know, him doing the work. And I have to say that, and I know a lot of people don't like Dolly, but I have friends and we have disagreements over Dolly. But the thing about it is, no matter who in connections and whatever, Dolly is not the person on trial. Just like you up here, you're not on trial. You're letting us know something that nobody else in YouTube knows because it's all hearsay, but you know these people. Now, with that, you know about these people and who these people are. And yes, Marlena, I'm going to get to this point. There's things that I know you know that you cannot just come out with, and I understand that. I know what you went to police with. I know what you said to law enforcement because remember, Marlena, whether we like it or not, it ain't what you know, it's who you know. And you know, I know these people because I've worked with these people through different agencies and things that I've done in the past. I also know that you are afraid of some things getting out. I know that you know Candus. I know that you know Don. I know that you're kin to Fred Hill. I also know that you're kin to detectives that are working the Summer Wells case or that's involved in some way, form, or fashion with that. I'm not going to out you. I would never do that. And I appreciate everything you've said tonight. And I know Dolly does as well.
Absolutely. All right, moment of silence.
And it's a hard situation. Go ahead.
Because of my kid being where she's at and because Fred's told everybody where she's at, yes, I do have law enforcement. Yes, I do have law enforcement riding that road and watching over my kid that knows me well. And yes, they have done it for the last 5 years because you know what? One kid's missing. I wouldn't know what to think if mine was missing because right now, when they told me that I couldn't search my kid like Candus said, I tell them to kiss my ass because that's my blood. That's my line. That's the line I will protect until the day I die. That's how my daddy taught me. That is my bloodline. That's nobody else's bloodline but mine. I'm a mother bear and I will protect what's mine.
Now think about this. Now you just gave everybody an answer that Candus would never ever give anyone. She would never say that. She has never said that in 5 years. And to
Nope.
me, I believe she could care less about Summer. And that's the truth.
I always felt like they cared more about the boys than Summer.
Like I said, Don had his grooming of the boys. He groomed the boys more than he did her. She had to act like one of the boys.
Yeah. Well, look, I want to thank you tonight for coming up here.
I came from a family to where my dad, he protected his kids with everything he had. That's the way I was raised. That is who I am. And you know what? I will rock the orange jumpsuit over my youngin'. And that's anybody and everybody. Because you know what? She's a miracle from God. She's a miracle from somebody that I was told that I would never be able to carry a baby. I would never be able to have kids of my own. So you know what? That she is my miracle baby. So yes, I will protect everything and everything in me of my youngin'. For my youngin'.
Awesome.
I will go to an extreme to protect her.
Listen,
Dolly, you're starting to look like me when I was done with boots on the ground the other day. I was exhausted, and I'm going to clip you. I want to hear you being exhausted because you put me on blast, and me being exhausted, I couldn't even talk. But
I got to be at the hospital tomorrow because I have some studies to do. Because I won't be live tomorrow night because I will be in the hospital. So, but I want to tell you, Marina, thank you so much for coming up here and sharing with us what you have shared with us. I just want you to know you're more than welcome to come up here anytime. I'm not here to judge you or anything. I'm just here to hear your story and your input on what you got to say in the Summer Wells case. And I absolutely appreciate everything you've done tonight and being open and honest and not ducking any of the questions and keeping your cool and acting like an adult. Okay, that's the most, because a lot of these people up here, they don't act like adults. They get up here and it's a shit show. And you've done really good of keeping it classy and not trashy.
Yeah, I want to thank you too as well, Marlena, for what you've done tonight. And
If people would have known, if PG and Lips wouldn't have made me out to be a horrible person, this information could have been out a long time ago.
Well, you know what they say, you get more bees with
All the
honey.
questions would have been asked if they would have have asked me the right questions and asked me, and got to know me as a person, not as another stupid hit from the holler that's more than a bunch of rocks.
Well, me being from the South, I
Because
get
they
that a
don't.
lot.
and I agree. There's ways people have things.
We're all a bunch of country folk here, so of course people think that, and that's their downfall. Because just because I talk slow, don't mean I am slow. That's for sure.
And I don't have stupid written. I don't have stupid written on my forehead.
Not at all. Not at all. But Ernie,
And I'm
thank
not
you
the
so much,
person-
brother.
I'm not the person that they can think that I'm stupid.
And of course, we're going to follow up on this some more. Like I said, I'll be asleep most of the day. Well, I can't sleep all day because I got to go to sleep at the doctor. Got a sleep study, but I will be back with you guys Tuesday, and we'll follow up on this. Summer Wells is one of these cases I'm going to follow until there's answers, and as long as we keep pushing, these answers are coming. Every little thing that comes out is just another piece of the puzzle. And I want to thank all the viewers that have been here with us tonight, that stuck around for 5 hours and listened to us discuss the Summer Wells case. You guys are just as important.
Dolly, I'm going to go. Dolly, I'm going to go live for about 20 minutes. I've got something important I need to talk to about it. If you want to put people over there, that's more than welcome.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let you rest, but I do got something that's very important that needs to be brought out. And I do appreciate you for having me up here. Hey, man, look, hey, we're on the same team. We all three are on the same team. Let's find
mods.
something.
Post Ernie's link. Post Ernie's link real fast in the chat. Okay. That way, if people want to jump over, they're more than welcome to. Let me stay up until they at least post this link. You guys have been absolutely awesome tonight. We didn't know that was going to transpire, but that's the thing about DOLLY Vision. You never know what's going to happen here. It could be something. It could be us talking about our night, or it could be something really important and information come out that you've never heard. And I think tonight we got a lot of information that we never heard. So could y'all do me a favor and post Ernie's link? There you go. Turtle Gang got it. And just remember, guys, y'all be safe. Take care of yourselves. And I may be live for a little bit tomorrow afternoon, but tomorrow night from 8 on, I have to be at the hospital. I have to stay there tomorrow night for these studies that they got to do. And so most likely, if I don't see y'all tomorrow, I will definitely be back with you guys Tuesday night. Okay. So, and of course, we'll follow up on this. And if Andy and PG and everybody want to come up and give even Jody Sue Brown, I don't care. Y'all can take the stage and say what you have to say, and let's just get the truth out there. Everybody spill their guts, and let's sort through it and see if we can find the answers. And just remember, if nobody else does, Dolly loves you guys. Be safe. Peace.